Alrighty, how we doing, guys? Alright, let's do it. Let's go. Oh, Rabbi? So they updated the scaling. They updated the scaling for M+, so now we have full Mythic eye level. It should be very, very hype. So healers should feel a lot stronger, and we should be able to do even higher keys now. Yeah, I want to work on like swapping around my life blooms some more when I play some druid. I was talking to Vikman last night and learning a lot about druid. Oh my god, learning a lot about what I gotta change in my own gameplay and stuff. Hey Natty, how you doing? Yeah, kind of insane stuff. Kind of insane amount. Yo, what up, Dronin? How you doing? How you doing? See if I can fix something with my chin not showing up properly here. And then we'll be good to go. Okay. Oh, that's what happened. Chat wasn't loading properly. Now I'm fixing it. Coast to coast. You ever played Druid due to proactiveness? I think when I've seen it's more relaxed. It's more relaxed. There's less hots you got to keep track of. Those things always help a lot. All right, now the bot's actually working properly. Let's go. Okay. There's a lot less to track. You don't have to have 2 life blooms anymore, which is a huge one. That was a very, very big one. And yeah, I feel like it just becomes more straightforward as to like what's important, what you need to track, what you need to think about. Eflo follows the tank as well. Yep. Yeah, right now Void Weaver kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. Where is Silver Moon? I don't know if it even allows us to do it. Let's see. The shields are nerfed. They're not your entire health bar or anything, but they're still strong, you know? It's like, the game isn't throwing out damage that's gonna, like, one-shot people. You know, you're not having, like, Priory, where, you know, you're taking, like, 80% of your health and damage with every AoE from those, divine tolls that they do. It's like, that doesn't exist, and at the same time, your shields aren't as strong. So, it's kind of like proportionate. You know, your spike damage isn't as big, but your absorbs aren't as big. And I think it's a really good trade. Cause, oh my god. Like, as fun as it was having uber shields, right? Damn, it kicks us out. Basically what they did was they updated dungeons, so all 8 dungeons are available to test, and they updated the eye level for the dungeons. So you're at like plus 14, or sorry, you're at mythic eye level, basically. All right. See if we can find a tankaroo. What would be fun? I kind of want to do seat to start. Let's try to do some seat. Oh my god, we got tub! Let's go! GM. But yeah, not like real changes. They made my Zara Caverns a little tougher because there was this really OP, I don't know, buff you could get throughout the dungeon. And they made it a little bit less powerful. They made it balanced. It was like stupid good though, so. Like we were basically just melting the bosses because of it. I think VDH, Warrior, Brew, all feel really easy to heal. Yeah. C was a dungeon at the end of Legion, yeah. Yeah, it was widely viewed at the time as being the hardest dungeon ever. But it's not nearly that bad in current WoW, you know? Like, they basically just, like, took Seat, and then they basically took the, you know, archetype of that dungeon and they added it into many future dungeons. So, the player base kind of got used to it, you know? Everybody kind of got more used to that kind of thing. Player base got better at the game, stuff like that. Disc owns in raid. It's so good. Holy in raids, it'll be okay. There were a lot of bugs that were making it do like no healing, but they'll get addressed eventually. Eventually. You know how it is at Blizzard. Sometimes stuff just takes time. Had a queue when I got the air fryer going. You know the schedule. You know the schedule. I tossed some chicken in the air fryer and then I put some mac and cheese on top. It was all like baked and a little crispy. It's like, oh. So now I'm trying to walk a little bit of that off. I really like Disc.
Patch today.
I like how Paladin plays, but it's a little undertuned. You know, numbers kind of need to go up. If Holy Priest was not bugged like crazy, I'd probably enjoy how it plays. I'm not expecting a patch effusive, but thank you for the 3 months. I wish, but it doesn't seem like we're getting another one. They updated the dungeons, so we'd have all 8 dungeons to play, which is nice. But, yeah. Not much more than that. Yeah, and, like, now my expectations are that, like, next week is going to be the big design patch. And if they don't really design or change a lot of designs for stuff, then we're going live as is, you know? It's like, I may not stream super long today, we'll see, because I gotta work on the Wowhead guides for Holy and for Disc. And it's like, it's getting to that point where like, you gotta get it done. Because I'm not really sure if there's much else that's gonna be changing. You know? Yoshua, thank you for the prime, man. Tank Bane and War Within, wanna go healer. Which healer besides Holy Priest would I recommend to get your feet wet? Well, Shaman's the best way to get your feet wet. Both for the pun and for the fact that it's super easy to get into. Yeah. Void Weaver's still pretty junk right now, Joe. Maybe next week they'll make some changes. You don't know. But yeah, Void Weaver's like pretty mediocre right now. You're just not really doing much damage out of like your smite. Like, you kind of get a decent amount with your Void Blast, but seems a little too weak. Just a little bit too weak. I have tried Totemic Rest of Shaman. Yeah, so a big problem with Totemic, a big problem with Totemic is the fact that it can do really good healing if everyone's stacked. Like your AoE healing is actually pretty good if people are stacked. You drop your Surging Totem, you hit Downpour, does a bunch of healing. Your totems, the chain heals from the totems don't really do much. So it's like, you kind of have to just spam healing wave, and that's okay. Some talents that are increasing the crit strike of it actually just don't work at all, so that adds another round of complications to it too. So, yeah. There's some dungeons where it could be okay, because there's a lot of like, you know, Magister's Terrace is probably a good example of it, where you have kind of the entire dungeon. Shift J. There we go. I'm just hitting random buttons. I don't even know how. Alright. Shift J. There we go. Oh, he got killed too? Well. But Magister's Terrace. Let me think about what else. Kind of Nexus Point and Zenith. A little bit of Windrunner. There's a few dungeons where everybody gets kind of hard stacked. And that does actually help quite a bit. Yeah. How you doing, E-boy? It's not a huge playstyle difference, Wilco. There's a lot of like similar fundamentals. And at the moment, there's not a lot of talent variety, but we'll see if it changes. It's not rocket science, though. I don't think either spec is like super hard to play. Yeah. Doing great, Sab. What's going on, big dog? I'm ready to game with full mythic eye level. Ugh. Gimme, gimme. What a pride. Been a while. I'm taking so watching Shaw. I understand. I understand. Let's see. Soaz might come in. Let's see. There we go. Farseer Worth? Yeah, it's the better option right now. It's the better option. Yeah, what it kind of feels like to me is sort of like the beginning of the War Within, where each spec kind of has one hero talent that seems to be getting like the most focus and the most attention from Blizzard. And so like the balance doesn't seem that good right now, but it might like change in another season, or it might change in like, you know, the 1.5 or 1.7 patch. Something like that, you know? Chain heal's very ass. Yeah, chain heal's very ass. Oh, what can you do, man?
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave.
I really should have. Alright, thank goodness. I really should have like tried in advance to make sure my keybinds work, and thankfully they do. So we take those. Ooh, there's my new shield bars. Bro, are we feeling stout or what? All right. go. Ooh. Nice and safe. Nice and safe. Chains again. Void shields. See, you know, like the void shields do strong healing. It's not like this doesn't have shields anymore. But you're just not like as ridiculous as it was previously, you know? You can have targeted spells. Yeah. The color of the shield bar, I agree, is not perfect. I haven't been able to find the like perfect version of it or whatever, but a lot of the UI right now is like, it has the functionality I want. The appearances aren't exactly what I want, but I can fix those later, you know? I'll probably spend a whole day just tweaking shit with the UI and making it look nice and pretty. Yeah, this is Dander's frames. So they said that Cell is going to be worked on soon. TM might be worked on already, something like that. So until we have, you know, the option, I'll just be using Dander's frames. I think this is in a good spot for Midnight, yeah. There's always more that I'd like for it to do. I'd like to be having some more talent variety, for example. Like, you know, Void Weaver to be stronger, blah, blah, blah. But overall, it's in a good spot. It's in a good spot. You can see the targeted spells right in the middle of his frame. Consumes it all with the shield, nice and easy. Yeah, default UI, you have defensives that you can see when people pop them. It doesn't include everything. Like, it doesn't include, like, Fade. But if I pop, like, Desperate Prayer, it'll show Desperate Prayer right there. I can see targeted spells. So I got to see that Soaz was getting targeted there by, like, the leap on him. So, run out of buttons? Not really, no. I wish Smite would be a little stronger. You can see it's kind of doing like 1.5 or 2% of my healing per Smite. I wish it was a little stronger than that. But I do feel like my kit is actually like valuable. Buttons of pushing are good, stuff like that, you know? Yeah, Poe's alright, Alex. It's close to being in like what I would call a good spot. You need a lot of talent investment to actually get it good though. And right now, Benediction making it so your flash shield is actually doing less healing. Really, really hurts. But once they fix that, I mean, Poe is certainly in a much better spot than it was in the War Within. So we take those. Yo, AJ, they were the raid, man. Welcome in, gamers. You get a chance to be gaming on some beta, man?
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
The additional scaling feels so much better. Actually being at Mythic level.
Benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
But yeah, I think, Alex, people will be surprised with Holy. Once they fix some of the bugs, it's gonna go from like the worst shit ever to actually feeling not bad. Definitely better than the War Within. Definitely better than the War Within. I don't think it'll be that difficult to reach that point. Right now should be a good time. Rip the PI. Get ready for the big AoE. Yeah, Monk and Holy Priest are still the like two most bugged healers in, you know, negative ways, doing less healing than they ought to be doing. Yep. So at some point they'll be fixed. We'll see how long it takes though. Yeah. I know, I love this song, Anna. Rip mass. Yeah, one penance channel. I just feel like I have good damage there. Also, Searing Light is very underrated. I don't think people fully appreciate how good it is right now. But being able to stack up dot damage, oh my god, this damage is crazy. There we go. Being able to stack up dot damage from your penance onto a target is very, very powerful.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal.
Patch by Tuesday? Yeah, probably patch. Well, I mean, Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that. In my opinion, I think it will be the last like design patch, in that it might add a new talent, remove an old talent, it might change, you know, what your gameplay would look like. And then after next week's patch, it's probably just going to be tuning and numbers. You know? We'll probably look for something in like, I don't know, mid-February for like the big healer tuning patch that they always do before a season starts. You were on the ground when the Death Star exploded the AG Discord. Oh my god. I heard it went kaboom, right? But what was like the rest of the lore about it? Like, I didn't even know why there was a Resto Shaman Discord versus just an overall Shaman Discord. Made an announcement that it would get deleted in 2 days, and then in 10 minutes it got deleted. That's funny. Huh. Didn't AG only exist because mods said Mavy's Pepe Fish profile picture was racist? What? Huh? Oh my god. Is it? Is that true? Oh man. Some class discords, man. Yeah, I've seen many examples over the years of people using the class Discord as their own personal, like, control center. Yeah, so they updated the gearing, Mr. Blonde. So we are now full maxed out Mythic gear. They just changed the tuning this week, probably yesterday. So we went from fully upgraded heroic gear the previous weeks, all the previous times you might have seen beta. And now we're in fully maxed out, fully juiced up 6 of 6 Mythic gear. Yeah. Now the expansion is almost here, how do you feel about the pruning and changes to healing as a whole? I think healing is gonna own. Yeah, I think healing is gonna own. I'm very excited. A lot of these changes are, you know, things I've advocated for over the years, and I'm really happy about it. It doesn't do everything I want, but it's a massive improvement over Dragonflight, massive improvement over War Within. I was talking to 2 different healers last night. I was talking to Vikman, and I was talking to Kigalian. He's a high-end preservation gamer. And both of them also were pretty happy about it too. So I'll have some videos coming out soon, basically just interviewing them, getting their thoughts about their specs, things like that. And I was like, what do you guys think of healing? They're like, yeah, I think it's pretty good. I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, good, this is, you know, this is the stuff I was hoping to hear from more people, you know? Because I know I personally feel it. I mean, they didn't change around like the scaling auras or anything like that for M+, which I kind of wish they would do. To kind of like flatten the acceleration or flatten the growth curve or whatever. But I think that the way that they've designed the damage is usually like big hit goes off and then it follows up with rot damage. So I'm pretty satisfied with that. Yeah, they basically made a lot less spiky damage. It does take longer to top people off, but the damage is also just way less bursty. And so that's actually kind of like a good trade-off, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I got targeted spells on. It's at the dead center of the Dander's frames. I made the icon pretty small. I might juice it up some more, though. Yeah, and like most raid fights will have like one big hit that drops people low. But then after that, it's either like heal absorbs or rot damage or a combination of both of those things. And then you have to, you know, people will be low and they'll be taking ticking damage.
It's gonna be a great year.
And you have to kind of fight to top them off, right? But nobody's getting like double tap to the back of the head or anything from the gameplay. Yeah. Yeah, there's no timer on it, Billy. Honey Badger, thank you for the 32 months. I think it's going to be a great year as well. Really do. H probably is fun to play, but it's I think it's a little undertuned right now. I feel like it needs to be just a little stronger with its healing. Yo, Salona, thank you for continuing on with the sub. Shaman, I kind of feel like this is actually I have a conspiracy theory about Shaman. I have no idea if this is true or not, but Shaman to me really feels like somebody took over the spec, and then, you know, in the process of developing the hero talents, they made a really easy sub spec with Totemic, and they're like, Shaman should just be a really stupid easy healer to play now, and they just kind of kept making more and more and more changes to make it really, really easy to play. That's kind of how it feels to me. Okay, Shaman's like decently strong in keys. Probably like top 2, top 3 in terms of healers for keys, but it's just kind of boring. Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be some other element Ritter to track. Maybe it's that, you know, where you just have some chain heal buffs and they stack up over time. I'm not exactly sure what they specifically need to do, but there needs to be some other like gameplay addition, you know? And that's the thing, Cardinal, is like Shaman's both easy to play and there's not a lot of things to track to like further improve your performance. Like, yeah, they made Disc easier to play, especially in raids where you can apply your atonements more easily, but it's also still a very hard spec to play properly. So it's like, it works, you know? And I'm like, I'm like extremely excited that they made the setup easier in raids. Because it just felt like not fun for the past 8 years, 9 years. To have to spend like 15 seconds before damage happens to set up all your atonements. Any sort of movement fucks you over. It's like, yay. Now it takes like 5 or 6 seconds. It's kind of ridiculous. Shouting it out. Right. It was pretty fun in BFA, pretty fun in Legion. After that, I'm like, all right, man. This shit again. Chain heal a 5-second CD and some numbers, maybe. Yeah. Ooh, what if there was a totem that stored healing? I like it type. Yeah, disc setup in raids is so much easier now. So you will flash shield, and that'll apply atonement to your target and to yourself. And then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to hit one of the void shields, and that applies 3 atonements. And it always prefers targets that don't have atonement on them as well. So that's how you get 5 atonements applied. And then you hit evangelism, which automatically casts a radiance, and then causes your next 2 radiances to be instant cast. So you will flash shield, void shield, that applies 5, hit evangelism, that's 5 more, that equals 10. And then you go back to back on radiance casts, and then you got 20. Follow for more automatic math. It's so much better, man. It's so much better. So much better, so much more mobile. So much less punishing for movement, which is good because Priest is the worst movement in the game. I like this in keys. I'd like for them... I wouldn't mind, honestly, if they made your void shields a little weaker, but made your smites a little stronger. There's kind of like... I want them to work on some of the tuning aspects of the spec. Like, take a little power out of this, put some power into that. But in terms of, like, the actual gameplay and the buttons are pushing, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yo, Bella, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back, welcome back. Shaman and druid. Well, Shaman is going to be super, super easy to play and easy to operate. You want something that's going to be, you know, really chill and easy to work with. Druid, I think, is going to require some more thought. It's also going to be really strong. A chance a new disc knows or understands anything? Never know. But if they don't understand it, I'll have guides out soon. And by soon, I mean in February. The soon TM. Yeah. Healer damage is, like, awful right now. Healer damage is omega bad. Yeah, no healers are really doing, like, real damage in dungeons. Healer damage is fake. Oh, got him. How's it going, John? Healer damage ever been worse? I don't know, honestly. Some specs were supposed to get a damage buff like a month ago, and it never got added in. But then they haven't said anything since. You know, like, Monk was supposed to get a damage buff, and it didn't go in. And so it's like, oh. Oh, rip. I can't fear the tentacles, so I guess I could just spec into Shackle Undead, and that works on tentacles now. Yeah. Maybe that would work. Disc Mythic Raid meta? Yeah, man. Shit owns. Super good right now. Super, super good. I think Disc is probably like top 2, top 3 for healers in M+ right now. It's not druid, but it's not in a bad spot at all. Sometimes it's better to be top 2 or top 3 than number 1. I don't think there's really any point for healers to like do damage in dungeons. If it's not producing healing, I don't think there's any point. Unless they start changing some stuff around magically, which, you know, anything's possible. But nah, right now it feels awful. Yep, I got overshield bars. I got targeted spells. Like, the UI is coming together. The UI is actually coming together. They are working on Cell. But I don't know when we're actually going to get a chance to test it. So, when we do, I'll mess around with it, of course. Compare as to whether I'm going to use that or maybe Dander's frames, so time will tell.
I sense great despair emanating from within. Laura.
Yes.
Is that gate debuff? Yeah, and so like unfortunately, when it comes to the debuffs, it's like you still have things like Bloodlust, you still have things like the gateway debuff that you can't just like remove from your frames all the time. Yeah. Am I tracking offensive CDs for PI? I'm not. I'm not.
Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved.
I'm using click casting, yeah. You do not have to use Blizzard's click casting. Dander's frames and the click add-on are still going to exist. Blizzard technically has their own click casting. There's no point in using it, it's bad. It's existed for a very long time and they still have not improved it or changed anything around with it, so I'd say don't even worry about it. If you're using like the Blizzard click casting, it'll be fine unless you're trying to use your mouse buttons, like your side mouse buttons. If you use like an MMO mouse, it doesn't work for that. I think there's some stuff with like middle mouse click or side mouse clicks that don't work either. There's a couple things that are a little fucky with it. So like it was fine for me, but I know it wasn't as good for like other people. Yeah. Return again. 20 seconds. I actually PI'd a little early. Yeah. But yeah, basically, if you've used add-ons for healer frames in the past, you're probably still going to want to use them. And they're still pretty good. There's a couple less features here and there, but not many. Like the UI is coming together. Like I'd love it, yeah, I know for some people. To feel the same. All right, yeah, some people want to make sure that they're getting the frames highlighted when they have echo or atonement or rejuve, whatever they might be, right? Like that's a feature that hasn't been added. Being able to say I never want to see this debuff or I never want to see that debuff or something in the frames, another one. But they've made some good progress. Yeah. Jeez. This is Dander's frames. This is Dander's frames and default. It's actually pretty chill. Yeah. It's actually pretty chill.
On the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make.
I am doing more stab. Yeah, sit tight.
Consequences to face.
This love has taken its toll. Next. Sheeler's most rampion raids. Disc or Prez. What do you think of healers have moments to truly pop off damage like every 5 minutes? Ashton got me to start healing and missed that thrill. I'd be down for something like that. Because, you know, Sylvian Fellowship is really fun when you every minute you can build up your boom shrooms and you can just kind of send them, right? I think that stuff's super, super fun. Yeah, here's talents. So I'd be down for that. That could be cool. I think there should be some kind of reward for healers doing a good job of healing, because there's a lot of damage in these dungeons. There's a lot of things that require healing is the most basic way to put it, right? There's a lot of times you gotta like do more. There's a lot of times. But at the same time, like once you do a good job of topping everybody off and like keeping everybody healthy and now everyone's healthy and safe and comfortable, it's like you want to do something. You want to add some kind of damage to help the group go faster. You know? I think Prez is a little bit more complex, yeah. So I don't really need it, Clarinet. I'll use it in Execute. I don't know. Run to the bathroom real fast. Be right back. Alrighty. Damn. They didn't wait. Alright. Yeah, I have mail. I already got it all set up, man. I already got it all set up. Preservation Day experiment go? Yeah, I was gonna say I played Prez a few different times. It's fun. I feel like I kind of struggle when it comes to spot healing. I think there's a lot of spot healing required in these dungeons, and when you don't actually have, you know, like the resources and everything like that to be able to rely on, like other healers do, I feel like it gets tougher. Doing great, Mr. GM. How you doing, bro? How's the cooking going? I'm gonna do some steak. I'm gonna learn how to fry eggs, which probably should be easy, maybe. And I'm gonna put it on sourdough bread tonight. See how that goes. What up, Moist? Does beta end when pre-patch launches? No, it'll be out until like maybe the week before launch, like actual launch, not pre-patch. He's got a slow cooker, gonna fuck up some turkey chili. Oh, let's go. There you go. Yeah. Tell us something good about your Shaman and M+. Well, it performs pretty well. Downside is you press Riptide, Healing Stream Totem, and Healing Wave, and that's it. Maybe that's an upside for you. I don't know. Maybe you only have 3 fingers. 4-man party? Is this fellowship? I wish. I wish we had 15-minute dungeons and 4-player parties. That'd own. That would own. And fall asleep, that's right. Yeah, I would love some healer tuning, man. Hey, Kafka. I would love me some tuning. Pure fun. Are my top healers? I'd probably enjoy Holy Priest more if it wasn't so badly bugged that its spells didn't do anything. So I think Disc and Holy are fun. Holy Pally is fun. I don't know if I'd feel differently with Monk. It's also severely bugged. Like, I know Pally just needs to do some more healing. Rest of Druid is really good. I guess you kind of do want to do damage as Resto, but you kind of don't have to. They haven't fixed it. They haven't changed any healers in a month. There have not been any changes. They've been away for Christmas and stuff. Yeah. So nothing's changed. Holy Priest and Monk still have like really severe bugs that make them do no healing. Yeah. Exactly, Mark. Exactly. They will fix it. They always fix it. They always fix like 90% of the bugs or whatever it is, right? It will be fixed. It's just when, you know? The Christmas tree, I don't know. I like it. Suck it if you don't like it. I'll probably take it down in a week or 2. Yeah, like Monk and Holy Priest are still severely bugged. How's life? Life's good, man. Life's good. I'm trying to get better at cooking. I'm trying to do that more. And getting lots of content ready. My editor's working on like 3 different videos right now. We got lots of projects to do. Lots and lots of projects to do. Yep. Hey, Nico. I hate the trees around here. True. My nephew loved my, I got him a Battle Bricks because Battle Bricks is basically Lego, but it has like military stuff. And I got him a Warthog plane. And it had like 300 pieces to it. It was really intricate. And apparently he put it together in like 20 minutes or something like that. Dude's next level. So he texted me. And he's like, that thing go brrr. He was so excited. Yeah. It's always nice when people don't complain. True, especially healers. Yeah. Yeah, my nephew's 12. He's super into like Warhammer, Legos, Battle Bricks, Gundam. His birthday last year, I got him... Well, I asked him what he wanted. This is the big mistake. I'm like, hey, what do you want for your birthday? And he's like, I'd really like to have this... what did he call it? Master grade Gundam or something like that. And I didn't even think about it. I was like, yeah, I'll get that for you. Didn't look it up or whatever. And it was like, the sets for these things are crazy. It was like $100+. He's my only nephew, so no biggie, right? But I was just like, damn, kid. Yeah. I thought about the Lego Minas Tirith set, Wasted, yeah. I thought about that, but I was like, shit, I kind of want that for myself. Yeah. Got hustled a little bit. I didn't learn. I gotta see how wide it is, because, like, I kind of want to put something on top of the display case I have in my room. I kind of want to put something like up there because you can see the top of it, right, with the desk being up. But I don't know what I would put. So we'll see. We'll see. I guess I could put my grandfather's flag up there right now. He's hanging out in the back. Just for right now. Yeah. Doing great, Sven. How's it going, man? Thank you, Case. Yeah. I see the announcement of the new Lego Smart Bricks. Nah, what's that? I do need to get it. I was thinking about getting more like a dedicated like frame, I guess, display case, which is probably what you're talking about. That's the U.S. flag. It was the one my grandfather was, I guess, not buried with, but I guess awarded. Yeah. Forget the right terminology for it. What up, Stark? Yeah. Yeah, my dad's dad served in World War II, and he took part in invading Germany and Austria and everything like that. I guess he later got deployed there. And then my mom's dad served in the Korean War, and he trained dogs, in fact. He was training, like, bomb sniffing, you know, mine sniffing, whatever dogs. Yeah. Yeah, my brother did 2 tours in Iraq growing up. He's 6 years older than me. Yeah. Yeah, it's burial flag. Thank you. Kind of in the what should I play phase, and I'd like to try mage. Should I? Should I stick to healers? Mage is a silly class, man. Yeah, the service flag. There you go. There you go. Could my grandfather handle the trenches of Mythic Raid healing? I don't think so. But, you know, we all have our challenges. Some generations go to war. Some generations heal DPS players. Are the hardest dungeons as a healer? Probably. Yeah. Probably. So I was AFK, and he definitely hit ready on the ready check. Yeah. You hit ready. All right. Dude, I would love to be Blood Elf this entire Blood Elf expansion, man. How many calories do I burn a day on the treadmill? A couple hundred. It's not so much for like, I want to burn a lot of calories. I'll go to the gym 5 days a week. And that's where I'll do like cardio and lift weights and all that other fun stuff. I mainly just want to make sure I'm like not sitting down all the time. Because one of the biggest things I struggled with when I first started going to the gym, and it took me forever to get better at it, was actually squatting. Because my hip flexors and my hamstrings were so tight from sitting down for 8 hours a day, if not more. It made it like super difficult to like have my balance, and it made it super difficult to be able to just squat better weight. It's like my quads would develop like faster, but my hamstrings and like hip flexors and everything like that were like much worse. So it's mainly like just be active, stand up more, things like that. Wow, I walked right into that. Oh, no, 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 no. All right, let's go. Never die. Oh. Like, you could definitely set it faster, but the way I kind of view it is, like, I'll just walk a lot more if I'm not thinking about it, if I'm just kind of, like, slowly getting some steps in. Ready for TBC Classic? Yeah, definitely. Bro, this damage is insane. So we got your CE box in the mail from midnight. What the fuck? It's so weird how I feel like every expansion or every year, the collector's edition boxes always have some kind of problem or some kind of issue. You'd think they'd have figured it out by now. So is Blizzard gonna bend to the rest of Shaman's power move? I think there's a good chance Shaman gets more changes, yeah. Good chance Shaman, Disc, Monk. Those are the big ones that come to my mind. I mean, it's no guarantee, right? I can be wrong. Oh. Shaman shut down their spec Discord. There was a Resto Shaman only Discord. They shut it down. Anyway, Juju, you can customize where you put your buffs, but you can't customize. You cannot customize the order in which they appear, and you can't like adjust the placement of one individual buff. You kind of move like it's like an all or nothing thing. Yeah. Yo, what up, Charlotte? Only Edmund left got married. Oof. W-Sab, popping those defensives. Jumping in there for the optimal clear. Married L. It's so funny because some of my guildies are married, and they ask their wives, they're like, hey, I can't make any plans when the raid is going on and like progression's going on, but once progression ends, please make plans for me on Tuesday so I can skip raid. Like, you fuckers. I might do some druid later on, but we're gonna do at least 1 or 2 more dungeons with Disc. After this, we'll see. Yeah, it really is. Yo, later, Sufi. Yeah, so they updated the scaling aura for dungeons now, and so we're officially in full mythic gear now as we do dungeons. So, shockingly, Disc feels a lot better with a lot more gear. Kind of wish they would crank up Atonement a little bit more and take some power out of, like, maybe Void Shields, but I still really like how it plays. Yeah. Get over M+ anxiety. Been playing the game off and on for years and never got the courage to actually do M+. I think the best thing you could do is, like, try to find a more more social or casual guild that does M+, and that way you kind of have like a nice learning environment. You could also do follower dungeons and kind of just get more experience with the content, so you're a little bit more familiar for where the damage is coming from. Dungeon Dojo Discord would be good too. Yep. Or WoW Made Easy, I think, is another one. Yeah. You are definitely not alone. That is for sure. So, yeah, Void Weaver Disc is, like, pretty weak right now. If they don't make some talent changes or adjustments, I think it's just going to be an Oracle season. We'll see. Holy Priest has a million bugs. Same with Mistweaver that are kind of preventing them from, like, performing decently. So that's gonna keep them down until Blizzard fixes the bugs, basically. Yeah. Yeah, Disc could just be all Oracle. Raids and M+. Pre-patch is only in a couple weeks. Yep. But we're not having Apex talents in the pre-patch. Like, the bugs are in the Apex talents for Holy Priest, so it's not gonna, like, fuck over pre-patch or anything like that. Also, pre-patch is always super imbalanced. Always, always, always. Like, nobody is allowed to complain about balance in pre-patch. It's notoriously imbalanced. Come on! Yo, Hayden Ship. Yeah, man, just vibing. Enjoying having our gear scaled higher now. So now we're full mythic gear instead of being full heroic gear. Yeah, true. With the stat squish, that always is gonna mess something up. Yep. Yeah, Legion pre-patch disc, WAD pre-patch disc. Nah, they nerfed Greater Smite a couple times in beta. It used to make you cast smites faster, and it was really, really insane, but they nerfed that. Fun detected. What can you do? Yep. It's also expensive to get to. They moved the location about a month ago. So if they don't do anything in the next week or so with it, I think Greater Smite might be something we see in, like, Season 2 or Season 3. And that happens sometimes. Like, sometimes there's just ideas that are not, like, fully formed yet. Or they don't have time to, like, fully iterate or develop or something. And so, you know, they don't really come into play in Season 1, or at least not right away. Sometimes they added in, like, the 0.5 or the 0.7 patch, and they change a bunch of stuff up there, you know? Yeah. Yeah, a lot less need for add-ons, so you don't have to worry about your UIs going kablooey. I think a lot of FPS is going to be way better because even add-ons like LVUI that are still going to exist are basically having to be remade. So I would not be shocked if a bunch of things just improve for FPS. Even if you're still using a bunch of add-ons. You're loving the damage pace from a 17. Thank God they're kind of removing one-shots. It's great, right? You'll really like this fight, I think, if you haven't seen it already. It's a very, very fun one to heal, especially as a Disc Priest. Think they'll nerf Frost? Seems fine. Seems fine. Nerfing Blizzard? Nerfing mages? Oh. Dungeon testing stop? I think like a week before launch is pretty standard. Something like that. I really don't like the damage meters. That's probably my chief complaint. And I really want to be able to see like death breakdowns with like details had before. That's definitely a main complaint. How you doing, Arlen? I'm not sure about the art though. Still need Voodoo. I don't know if we're getting Voodoo, but Dander's Frames works. Cell's gonna be developed soon. There's gonna be something. Is the add-on Apocalypse and Healer Pruning blown out of proportion? Oh, 100%, yeah. 100%. I think the add-on stuff, there's still a couple features I like. It's not perfect, but it's good. Like the UI is actually in a good spot. New add-ons are literally coming out like every single day. Additions to add-ons are being updated every single day. Like, your UI will be in a fine spot. Yeah. No. Yeah, LVUI is still going to exist. And quite a few people are working on LVUI-esque add-ons that could also compete with it. A lot of snow in Denmark. I walked to the swimming hall, and because of the snow, I'm slipping and sliding. Oh no. Hang in there, man. Oh, look at those shields. Look at that atonement. You kind of use Mind Blast Splotch as an activator for Power of the Dark Side. So Power of the Dark Side is a refresher. It increases the damage of your next penance. And a lot of times it'll activate from your dot damage. But if you are holding damage for burst scenarios, you'll have Power of the Dark Side. As you can see, I have it right here in the purple. I can hit it. It consumes it. I hit Mind Blast. I get a new Power of the Dark Side. And then I can hit a Penance again. And that way you can go back to back on buffed up penances. And that's an easy way to control and improve your burst output. Otherwise, you know, if you're just kind of doing regular pulls and things like that, you can kind of just hit it as you get it. Hit it as you get it, do your thing. Here, buff it up, slam it down, get more healing. Oracle is king, Voidweaver is mid. At least for now. Yeah, LVI already confirmed that they're going to be working on a version for next expansion. And I've seen at least 2 other people make LVI lookalikes. So I would not worry about it at all. Yeah. I think the only things I'm really worried about from a UI perspective are like being able to see death logs and like what killed people. And probably being able to like change the color of raid frames based on a buff that they have applied to them. There's not that much juggling, Bing, because they remove premonitions, so you don't have that like cycling ability anymore. Yeah. Oh, whoopsie. We're pulling the flare bats. Yeah, no more premonitions. So you get 2 charges of penance. You get 2 charges of penance. I didn't suck. So I can just like show people what I was casting and stuff. Oh, you can sort of use this death log. I'll check it out after this. See what you're talking about. Who's Bathtub? He's taking every streamer beta key I turn into. Bathtub's the goat, man. Got all the value out of that uppies. The full shield got consumed by the dot I had on me. Oh my goodness. Damn. Should have just focused in more. So atonement healing is good. It could be better, but I think it's pretty good. But healer damage in general is just not that good. Bop atonement healing. Oh yeah, you want the smart heals? Problem is it only heals 1 person at a time back then. There's downtime in a dungeon, you can stay AFK. Not as Disc, but everybody else, yeah. Pretty much. How you doing, Xander? She is all I see. Yeah. Driving slow on Sunday morning. That music's peak today. It is there. You're liking it. Yeah, click casting is not being changed at all. Add-ons will be able to do it. Blizzard has their own version of it. Kind of lacks a couple features. But if you don't use them, you may not even notice. But click casting is not in danger at all. The UI stuff, I think, is just pretty overblown at this point. There's been so many good improvements for it over the past couple months. I think people are going to be fine with the UI. I know, Juju. Ash just likes saying I have like dad music. You know what? So be it. I think my Spotify age or whatever was like 39 or 40 or whatever. Yeah, I hope so too, Xander. You got 29, your wife got 88. Nice. Oracle is goated sliver, yeah. Driving slow on Sunday morning. It's kind of nice hearing these songs especially because these were the songs that were on the radio all the fucking time. And I grew up near DC, so I was in the car listening to the radio all the time. And it got so irritating because they would only just play the same like 7 or 8 songs all the time. And so you got like sick of them. But now when you come back, it's like, shit, this song slapped. I know, Seth. It's a different time. You kids don't know how good you have it having Spotify. I used to have an FM receiver that I would have to plug into my iPod Touch. I didn't have an OG one. I wasn't that old. But I had an iPod Touch. I had to plug that into an FM receiver, plug it into my car, find a dead radio station, and then I could play the music. Yeah. What can you do? Yeah, station goes out when you're driving. Yup. Happens all the time, Fluffy. I had it when I was driving down 29, headed home after I got off of 66. Where I'd have to change stations, have to go up a couple degrees on the FM. Yep. Had that for a long ass time. Yep. My brothers had it. My brothers were the ones with LimeWire infecting the computer. Yeah. Easy. In 6 dimension. Right now. Oh, are you in ad prison now? You might be. You're younger than me? I'm 31. Yeah. He's old, yeah. I think there's a good chance I'm like in the dead center of the age range for my stream. I think... Actually, no, I think there's actually more people that are older than me in the stream than people that are younger. Yeah. Yeah. Stationed back in the States after Germany. They played Metallica on the Classic Rock Hour. I was crushed. Oof. 36, if that makes you feel better? Yeah. It's not the age, it's the mileage. Oh my goodness. Kira, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god. Hit harder to home than I'd like, yeah. Posted an Insta yesterday about millennials turning 30, go down one of 3 paths. Trip to Japan, marathon, or addiction or something. I've seen those, yeah. Yeah. Sky Reach. Big Sky Reach gaming. Alright, if you guys haven't followed Kira already, let me make sure I spell it right. Check him out right up at the top of chat. Make sure you follow him. Keys got real easy when they gave us an extra like 10, 12 eye levels. Oh my goodness. Nah, I don't do song requests. If I don't like somebody's song, I just change it. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, you know? I can't do it. I got a weapon from the PvP vendor. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's Kalamazi for ya. Yeah. Yeah, you can always recommend it in Discord and stuff, Sliver. Yeah. But if I like take one person's song request, I gotta take other people's song requests. And then if I don't like a song, I don't be like, your music taste sucks. Yeah. Let's see. Let me change playlists. $10 Neon Cat. Oh my god. I'm playing Oracle right now. The Evoker is Og. He's Og. Oh, he's Dev? Alright, I lied. His name is Og. If your name is Og, you should not be legally allowed to play anything but Og. You think I'm looking at damage meters? His name is Og. He just lied, guys. He just straight up lied online. Unbelievable. Yeah, here's the setup. It's kind of expensive to go to Greater Smite because you gotta take Divine Procession, which is kind of useless in dungeons. You don't really need to extend it. It's super easy to get Radiances out, get Atonements out, stuff like that. So you don't really have to worry. Expiation's not bad, just expensive to get to. You know, your Shadow Fiend's not that good. So, it's a bunch of like undertuned talents right now. I ended up taking Shield Discipline and it helped my mana a ton. I don't know if I'm fully dependent on it anymore, but it's a nice bit of convenience. Dot damage is actually real though, so you could go there. And Uppies is a very good healing cooldown. It's actually a very good healing cooldown. Yeah, I'm sure they will eventually make Voidweaver better. It might have to wait till like the 0.5 patch or something. Hopefully it's sooner. But sometimes you just gotta be realistic. Sounds good, Sliver. Oh.
The way forward.
Viable for like 10s and 12 ships, yeah. But if you're trying to like push keys, you'd probably want to play Herald right now. Yeah. Was into your 20 Priory last night, walking off the edge of the last boss? Oh, classic. That's always a fun one. Yeah. Come here. I know, right, Bing? Just from a better time, a simpler time. It feeling better? I think it feels great. Like, obviously, there's still bugs. There's still some classes that do need some help and everything. But I really like how just healing goes in general. Everything but the raid frames is default UI, Grulander. Yeah. Raid frames are Dander's frames, but everything else you see is the default UI. I have to worry about car insurance and mortgage rates. Facts. Oh, man. Yeah, I remember when my parents were like, oh man, just wait until you get older. Your car insurance is going to get way cheaper. And it's only gotten more expensive. Love this. What can you do? I'm doing great, if. That was all my bitching. That was all my bitching. Oh no! Alright, I'm gonna bitch some more now. I'm so used to having double jump, man. It's a disease. I'm so used to having double jump. Yep. Get me back on the evoker train. Tragic. Get me back to being a Drakthir. Yeah. I think my parents foresaw the economic disaster younger people have to try and find a way in. Yeah, they're kind of... I think they're kind of blind to it, to be honest. You know, they got their pensions and they're chilling and all that. What can you do? Yeah, Void Shield works. Void Shield is shielding. Feather help me float back to the platform? That'd be insane. That'd be amazing. Yo, Kales, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. They buffed up our scaling in dungeons, so now we have full mythic gear. We're so much more powerful. Sab, what happened? Alright, we got a res. We chilling. This is such a tough area to try to res somebody at. Ooh! Okay, we're back. Good lord. Don't forget you can't have a specific car color without bumping up the insurance rate. Yeah, you know why? Because certain colors have a higher likelihood to be stolen. It's insane. So Cell is being developed for Midnight. There's not a like working version to test yet, but it's coming soon. TM. Soon TM. There we go. What's the state of incidental and passive healing strength? It's a little too strong still. I think they could keep on going with the same changes they were doing before, and it would feel amazing. I think I only got to like level 20 or something like that. I made a DK on Legion Remix, and then I got sucked into beta. Yeah, we got time to top people off. Me healing at midnight is going to depend on Cell working or not. It will. Yeah, I mean, like I said, they've already confirmed they're working on it. I'll have all kinds of like UI videos and everything coming up soon too, so I don't think there's any need to like panic about the UI anymore. I think the UI is going to be fine. Do you see the top right, Nimsy? I have absorb bars. The color could be better. The color could be better, but it do be existing. I can change the color, I just haven't found a color I like. It's like a texture thing. I don't know. Oh, I mean, you can set it to be on the whole frame. You can move it around a bunch. Yeah. You can do a lot of different things with it. This is Dander's frames. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out, Nimsy, if you want. I can just go over like the settings after this run, if you're gonna stick around. But yeah, there's been some good stuff coming. You might be interested, Zols, in my like new player guide section, because I kind of have a mix of different videos, either for like very new players, or I have some that kind of go over like how you think about healing at higher levels and how you think about like distributing healing, especially in like crisis scenarios. So I think there might be something in there. Let's check the playlists. What I used to have for the frames is it was like a very light blue, but it was also like a, I don't know, a more full look. Can't quite replicate it with Dangerous frames yet. Yeah. Maybe it's non-existent like the Dolphins head coach, dude. I think they're gonna regret firing Mike McDaniel. Watch Mike McDaniel go to the Browns. Watch him be the head coach of the Browns. And then he goes and, like, makes Shadur look like the GOAT. Yeah. I don't know. It's probably for the best that he left Miami because I don't think the players gave him enough respect. Now he gets to, like, you know, adjust his coaching style with a new group of players in a new environment or something like that. We'll see. So, sure, with Healing and Mana Forge, looking to try and improve that. Yeah, so there's multiple videos that would help you with that, Souls, on the YouTube channel. It's not just stuff for new players. I did watch the Ravens-Steelers game. And that game, let me tell you, really got me to believe the NFL was rigged sometimes. It was so on brand. It was so on brand. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, I thought the Ravens got, like, a better seeding, or they got into the playoffs last year, or something like that, based off a Justin Tucker field goal. And then again, it comes down to a field goal, but now with Tyler Loop, and they're at home with the Steelers. The Catholic priest for the Pittsburgh community blesses that sideline and everything like that. The field goal misses. I mean, you couldn't draw it up any better. It was entertaining, all right? It was entertaining. But it definitely made me believe in the NFL being rigged. Also, the commentators did not do a good enough job about talking about how impactful it was losing Darnell Washington to his forearm being broken. Now, if you don't know who I'm talking about, Darnell Washington is this Pittsburgh Steelers quote-unquote tight end. Man is like 6'8", 300 pounds, and he's fast. Freakishly athletic person, okay? And he got his forearm broken. And so, you know, he's sitting on the sidelines. But a big thing that the Steelers did in the offseason is, like, one of the reasons they got rid of George Pickens was because they had DK Metcalf coming in, and they were like, yeah, we don't really need to have multiple big end receivers. We want to run, like, 13-man. We want to run, like, 3 tight ends a lot. And play off the tight ends, play off the run game, all that stuff, which is working really well for the Rams. It's one of the reasons the Rams have done well, even though Devontae Adams has been out. Problem is, when DK Metcalf's out, they don't have their one receiver. And then when Darnell Washington's out, they don't have probably their best blocking tight end. So, Steelers, I don't know. I don't think they should have even won that game. I actually do think it's kind of fair to blame Harbaugh for them losing that game, because there's no reason that they should have lost that. There's no reason it should have been that close of a game. Nah, the laser just does ticking damage. Eh. What can you do? Well, that's what I mean, though, is like there's no reason Aaron Rodgers should have been like as successful as he was. I feel like the Steelers should, like, they got shut out for most of the game, right? But, or they, effectively, you know, their offense is very, very unproductive most of the game. But they should not have been able to, like, tear apart the Ravens defense in the fourth quarter the way they did. Yeah. And plus, their solo shuffle have more toxic people. I don't PvP, but I would guess PvP. Nah, I never really got into basketball, to be honest. I listen to my guildies. They talk about basketball quite a bit. I really like watching football. Ooh, that's a good question. Are there any Texas cities hosting the World Cup? I would like to do something like that. Who's playing tonight for college? I'm in Austin, so I kind of have like a little bit of following for UT, but not a ton. Unfortunately, like, oh, it's not the end of the world, right? But if I could do it all over again, I would rack up a shit ton of debt and I would just go to some college that had a good college football team. That looks like an insane experience to be in person and do it as a student and everything like that. You know? Not a huge deal, life goes on, whatever, but I'm like, man, that'd be sick. I still can? Yeah, you know, fuck it.
Your survival
we exploded.
wasn't necessary.
What happened? What happened? Frat Boy Jack Arc, let's go. Yep. Exclamation mark setup crack has a link to it. Miami and Ole Miss. Didn't, no, it's a different school. Fuck it, Miami, sure. Depending on basketball, yeah. Houston and Dallas are gonna have World Cup stuff. Wait, really? Dude, I don't think either of those cities has a soccer stadium. Austin actually does have a soccer stadium and a soccer team. That's crazy. As a Brit, it always amazes me the crowds for college football. We had about 9 people watching our university soccer team. USA.
Your survival
What's happening?
wasn't necessary.
We can't stand in melee for the ad. Like, when the ad comes out, please move. I don't know what this screech is, but we cannot stand on top of this ad. No players in melee. Is there a DH leap or something? Austin Soccer Stadium's too small. Yeah. They fucked up not making it bigger. I will say one of my favorite things with the NFL every year is watching when they have the NFL games in like London, or they have the games in Germany or something like that. See all the Europeans singing "Country Roads, Take Me Home." That shit owns. What a Vesper. any of the major South American or European teams come, you should try and get tickets. Crowd will probably go hard. I bet those tickets are gonna be so expensive. That'd be cool to do. Those once in a lifetime kind of things. Yeah, this fight, man. Yeah, we're gonna die. Do you remember when I asked if you wanted to come help your guild prog Dimmy? Did you get it? Did you get it? Let's fucking go. Good shit, dude. Congrats, congrats. Or CE for the guild? Oh, that's a great feeling, man. That's a great feeling. Yes. Please, please don't be in melee. I think Disc is like top 2, top 3 or something like that for keys right now. It's all Oracle, all across the board. Oracle spec identity, double penance. And also, piety is passive now. It's 100% passive. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're just gonna wipe.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I like it a lot, Almighty. Crazy to me on how people will leave guilds for not doing it as fast as Liquid and Echo. Like, do you realize how good those guys are? Wait, they do? They do? You need more CCs on these ads, especially to when they spawn so we can kill it where it spawns at. The more we kite, the harder it gets to kill it safely. We also cannot be in melee and cannot be getting meleeed by these ads. Damage. It's really absurd. And I'm running out of healing when we LOS. What's the difference between Oracle and Voidweaver and Midnight? Oracle's good and Voidweaver's not. And Voidweaver's really similar. It's, you know, smite focused. You build your totem, or you build your You build your rift and has to do more damage. Oracle is 2 charges of penance. Better absorbs, more atonement duration, stuff like that. Let's go! We still kind of have some time before we do a tier list, to be honest. I don't know. Still kind of have some time. Yeah, this is so much better. I was gonna say, like, I could make a tier list, yeah, but it's just, you know, we're gonna get changes probably next week. Yeah. How you doing, Gray? Nice. Alright, almost there. Almost there. Woo! What a fight. What a fight. True, frick mages. Aha. That. Oh, I bet I thought you got grip there. That would have been hilarious. Only took me 10,000 steps. True. Been a long journey. Just midnight content you're putting out. Looking to get back into WoW. So curious about trying healing. Oh, it's gonna be fun, man. Excited. Very excited. I'd love to be Blood Elf for the expansion, but I'm probably gonna be going into raid as Drakthir. Swap to Night Elf afterwards for keys, something like that. Yeah, thankfully there's not like too many ridiculous amounts of movement or knockbacks, but there are some, and it's convenience, you know? The only add-on I'm using right now is Dander's frames, and that is for the raid frames, party frames. Everything else is default. There's a couple other add-ons I want to get, but not too many. Not too many that I feel like I'm like, oh my god, I must have this, or I'll die. Yo, hey Ben Lyra. Little patch up. Yo, hey Ben Tusk. Yeah, I hope next week is going to be a really big build. I'd like to be able to play Holy Priest again once they fix all the bugs, you know? Dinkelberg, how's it going, man? The big thing today is they increased the scaling eye level, so we just have a lot more gear to work with. Went from having maxed out heroic gear to now having maxed out mythic gear. Damn. I think we pulled 2 of something we can't pull together. Or maybe it's just one guy doing crazy shit. Yeah. 2026, I'm gonna need at least one video a week from you to feature a 15 to 30 minute power walk while I discuss stuff. Sounds like that's my stream. It's happening right now. Oh, he was like line of sighted. That's crazy. Mini ramps will be pretty similar in that you will like have plea instead of renew to single target atonement. So you'll have surge procs. You'll have surge procs, and you'll have surge procs, powered shield, void shields, and even like defensive penance will add some atonements as well. Yeah. It's the least fun healer on beta. Give me permission to be a negative Nancy. Shaman's pretty boring. You know, excluding like bugs and everything like that for specs. I think Shaman's pretty boring. I want a reason to always use Chain Heal and Healing Rain in a dungeon environment. Because like, the whole point of the pruning is that you want to make sure there's less stuff, but all the stuff feels stronger. That's about the most basic, you know, reason for them doing it. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because the game got bloated in War Within, and it made a lot of your abilities feel awful. Which led directly to things like Farseer Shaman not running any Healing Rain. So that is something they can solve with numbers, right? But they might even need to do something different for Shaman, like give it some kind of talent or tracker or something like that to buff up Chain Heal in certain circumstances. I think that would go pretty well. Yeah, they kind of just gotta do something. Oh my god, that was so fast.
Wasn't necessary.
Rip. I like how Holy Pally plays, but it just needs like to be stronger, you know? Just needs to be stronger. Yeah. I got assassinated.
As long as we rule the skies, you will always.
Yeah, Rest of Druid's gonna be nuts and keys. So my last video I made basically talks about how Druid is the king of M+ right now, and this is the king of Raid right now. And yeah, tuning can change, and I think Blizzard especially knows what's good right now, or at least they should, if they're watching my channel. But even if they make some nerfs, I still think Disc is going to be king of Raid and Druid is king of M+ for next season. We'll see. They can nuke stuff from Orbit, but there's a lot of like how those healers perform overall in like what the world of healing is like overall, and I think it's going to really benefit those two healers. So, yeah. Might time that key. Yeah, getting there. Getting there. It's kind of interesting because it really requires a lot of like perfection with these mechanics, which doesn't feel like it's usually as common in the legacy dungeons. Usually the boss fights are a lot easier. Sab went off my screen. I was like, what the fuck? Did he get dragged off the platform? But no, he's fine. That's right. Yeah. Trying to make sure nobody's stacking on me here.
Behold the might of the Aracore.
Probably not any beta build this week. Probably next week.
Cast them down. Let the scavenger feed on their
Your
Man,
survival
I didn't have it.
wasn't necessary.
I didn't have my health pot.
behold the might of the
It's like druid, disc, and shaman are like the big three healers that are doing high keys right now. Yeah.
As long as we rule the skies, you will own.
You ever think about how much it would suck to be short? I was in the cafeteria and there was a tiny little nurse trying to reach something that was on the top shelf in the cooler all the way to the back, and she couldn't even with climbing on the cooler. But were you able to, Griffin? I'll usually have like little old ladies at the grocery store because I'll go at like weird times, you know, with stream schedule and stuff. So I'll be going with the old people. And usually the little old ladies be like, excuse me, could you grab this for me, young man? You were able to? JK, I got it for her? Hell yeah. That's right. You don't know what tall people go through. Tell them, Dinkle. Hit your head on all kinds of lamps, structures, clothes don't fit right. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ah, I'm 6'4". Yeah. You're way too tall, man. No. How's the weather up there? I know, man. Seriously. I wasn't made to be a weatherman. The shortest dude in your family? That's right, you told me that before. Yeah. Okay. You go, Dinkelberg goes back to see family every year for Christmas, and he has an Entmoot.
Behold the might of the Aracore.
7'2" unhinged, they have to swipe to find out I'm actually 5'10". Oh, 4 people at Walmart reach things. Being 6'1" helps? Hell yeah. Did a woman pick you up in the grocery store? It was my most ego moment ever. Oh, that pickup. Okay, yeah. I thought you had like Brienne of Tarth give you some uppies or something, man. And I was like, is the big woman here? You're like, hell yeah, man. But in the grocery store? I mean, have some decency, man. You know? Yeah. She's a lot of woman. Yeah. Hang on, this is where everybody dies or could die. Oh my goodness. Kohi and Captain Lush's beard. Thanks for the primes, guys. What? What?
You have no will.
I'm getting lobbed.
of the Aracore.
Blizzard doesn't really like tell anybody in advance when they have new builds coming in or anything like that.
What do you call a turtle working as a toilet attendant?
You
The skies, you will always.
Something with a bowl. NT. What do you call it, Bing? I guess I could reroll this key to something else. Turtle. There you go. There you go. I'm using Dander's frames and stuff critical. I'll make some videos about UI type stuff soon, TM. Yeah. But yeah, Dander's frames has some good stuff. You can it has a nice test mode, which I think is always really valuable. But like you can set up the absorbs and everything like that. See, I want to make this like a little darker. I guess that helps a little bit. But I have them here. You can always add them onto the exact like frame itself if you wanted to instead of having it up top. I like having it up top, but you have like a lot of different areas that you can
Take
enter
my
it into.
prime. I am going back to YouTube.
Hell yeah, Tusk. Thank you for the prime in the 29 months, man. Ah, don't worry about it, Sab. That shit hurt real bad. That shit hurt real bad. You healing changes kind of make me sad. Trying to do damage in downtime is useless. I just sit there pondering about life. I feel you, man. I feel you. You wear 2834s, Griffin. You got some hips.
They can't join our group.
I have a 3434s. Yeah. Sheesh.
Can't join our group.
Oh. Right there, ad. Yep, there it is. Oh, you got the baby brain. Yo. We're talking about a man's birthing hips. I don't know. Just making conversation. Don't make me ask you what your gene size is, Arlen. Don't make me. I can't remember the last time I healed a prop alley, to be honest. Yeah. I still got Mr. Tub tanking for me. So we're good right now, but I'd like to at some point. Already is an overall option for the meters, yeah. I hope they have a lot more customization for these meters, because they stank right now. Me and my wife are thinking you're going to try for a baby this year. Can you picture me taking care of a kid? Hell yeah. I would own. Come be our Manny? I'm good. I'm good. Oh my goodness. Details works, but it doesn't work in the vein of like showing everything. It basically just shows like a reskin, damage, and healing meters. Yeah. Just like, okay. But I hope there's some kind of breakthrough with details. I want to see those death logs. I tried to use it before, but it would just crash in beta on me all the time. Like, crazy. Yeah. Oh, let me see. We need those death logs. I feel you, dude. Here, let me get the ads out of the way. Run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back. We're going Algathar. No beta build. Probably next week. I think this is like top 2 or top 3 in keys right now. It's really strong.
The way forward opens, and your fate entwines with mine.
That's right, Griffin. Sorry. Love me some MTR.
Received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule.
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems like... Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magic.
The Alg trip into the seat? You mean completely defang it? Know what you want? How's so fun? Ah, you're such a DPS player. This dungeon does nothing. This dungeon does nothing.
Perfect. We are just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
It's been never big though. I know, exactly.
This is your fault.
What do you think about healing at midnight? I love it. I really like it a lot.
Help us, new students.
Yeah, a lot of the changes they made are things I've been wanting for a long time. Not perfect, but they've gotten a lot of stuff right. Healer damage is not even a thing. It's awful. Healers do Z damage. Wings in general, Avenging Crusader and regular wings, don't really do a lot of damage. Or don't really do a lot of healing, I should say. A lot of healing for, like, AC Lightsmith is your bulwarks and, like, hammer and anvil. Not so much in your Avenging Crusader itself. I see any guild outside of Liquid, Echo, Method having a shot at World First? Nah. I mean, we'll have the usual, like, 2, maybe 3 horse race, but is now raiding in Method again? Is he doing World First with Method? I wish I could send messages to people that send me messages. There we go. I plan to cast the race? I hope so. I have no idea. I hope so, though. I know I want to. Go demand a cast, yeah! I serve it. Liquid's pleasure. Yo, glad to hear it, Chili. Welcome in, man. More to come for launch for midnight. Oh, he said yes, now is gonna do World First with Method. Yeah, I mean, I think with him staying, it's gonna still help Method get, like, closer and closer. It's interesting though, because Echo has been able to deal with a lot of like roster change and like develop their players really, really well. It's actually really fascinating. If you wanted to compare it to traditional sports, it's like Liquid's been able to build like a super team and snipe elite players from other teams to further bolster their own. Echo, I feel like, has been the primary like receiver of sniping, but then they've been able to develop their talent really well. And then after the frustration with people getting sniped, the veterans who didn't go to like Liquid have often gone to Method, you know. And now they're trying to like rebuild the infrastructure that Echo has, you know? Yeah.
Alright, now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishra. That is Tarantar's for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention. At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
So Scripe is Jurgen Klopp. Man, I don't know if there's a more European name than that one. That sounds like somebody in America being named like Chad McFreedom or something. Isn't that my real name? I wish it was my real name. Bro, I wish my name was Chad McFreedom. That'd be insane. I think Dan's better. Okay, Mom. I was late on the PI. That was rough. Moms love you. Same here. It's a month too much. Yoink. Nah, it hasn't been any changes for healing in about a month. Christmas break, you know? Her loss, Griffin. Her loss. Disc feels great. It's doing really well. Shaman landed on its feet after the initial pruning. It performs well, but it's boring. The main issue right now, I think, is more numbers based, but they should also add some kind of talent that is like some kind of buff to track or some kind of thing to think about. You know, needs to be a little bit more thought in playing Shaman. Yeah. "18 years since I lived with my parents. I'm old. I had to like grow up a lot faster than other people did, you know? Drum comp, I never should have left. That's what you get, Sab. But I get it, you know. You just want to get a little bit of a nap before Kalmazi gets on. You rue the day you left us. I have an 18-year-old son. Oh my god. Does he heal? Does he like playing World of Warcraft? Bed early? Honestly, it's kind of the move. It's one of my New Year's resolutions is go to bed on time. You need at least one brain dead healer? Yeah, I guess. Homie plays the new shit, whatever the games are called. I feel you. That's right. If Cal loved you guys, he would be on right now streaming. Sometimes he's up at this time. Very rarely. I think the dungeons be more ranged or melee friendly. They don't seem too extreme, I guess is what I would say. Yeah. I feel like with a lot less kicks existing in the dungeons, it might be more melee, or it might be more range friendly, I should say. He'll slither out of the bog bath if there's shade. Oh, man. One of these days, I'm gonna get a whole group of streamers to do keys, and we'll be on the same schedule all the time. One of these days. Does Kalmazi even get out of the coffin before noon? Sometimes. Yeah. He just had his birthday the other day, or yesterday, so if you haven't already, you should go make sure you wish him a happy birthday. Yeah, Jack, Shaw, Kalamazi. I mean, right now it could be Baby Brain, because he's been on at these hours super consistently. Yeah. Mega's DPS monk. There we go. There we go. That'd be nice. Unholy now? Alright, even better. That works way better for the comp. Let's fucking go. Lock in. Come through. Oh, I was saying like we were talking about Kalmazi and like getting up late, and I was like, one of these days I'll have a whole bunch of streamers that like all want to play and do keys together like on a consistent basis. And so chat was like spitballing, who would we get? I think it'd be so much fun too. Yeah, everyone just got like, I don't know, maybe I gotta do it slow and just try to find everybody like one day a week to do it or something like that, and then just trying to build it up from there. I want to do something like that next X-Pack though. Algathar Academy was made for streamers to talk to their chats. It was. How do I know into PI? I just use magic. I just know. I just figured it out. Just intuit it. But yeah, I've been playing with Shaw a good bit. He said he was getting on late today, and I let him know I already was in a group and stuff, but we've been playing a good bit lately. Yeah, macros still exist. Yep. Get 5 healer streamers and see how high you can push. I mean, I would speak for myself. I don't want a DPS. Maybe I would tank in that situation, but getting 5 people together who prefer to heal might work for a challenge, for a special event or something, but not for something frequent. Jangby, Drogo, Jack, Meg, and another person. There you go. 5 DKs? Yeah, I'll get Jack Skeleton out. 5 healers. Been playing Shaman, Nova, good place where I can go and share ideas and ask questions. Oh yeah, go on to the Ancestral Guidance Resto Shaman Discord. Oh wait, it's gone. What can you do, champ? Yeah, they pulled a ret. It was like a Resto Shaman only Discord, so. But all the people running it were quitting the game, not playing the game, whatever. Yep. What can you do? Ah, that Discord went back to the mud. Well, Chad was saying earlier that like Resto Shaman Discord only like started to exist because there was like beef.
91. We are getting to a 100 bog. 9
With
months
the,
left. What to name the baby 100? Kappa.
100-month-old baby. Getting there, Juki. Thank you for the 91 months. But yeah, people were saying the only reason the Resto Shaman Discord was like its own thing is because they had some beef with like the admins for the Shaman Discord, but maybe that doesn't even exist anymore, you know? I would not be surprised. That's just old news. There was, Twinkie. There was. But no longer. Way too early raid con for healers. Like Disc, Prez, maybe Paladin. I think the Shaman DPS specs are actually good.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them.
Disc, Prez, Pally, Druid, probably. Yeah. Probably.
Merit points for you. Go to the corner. Think about what you have done.
I don't know, maybe it's like a key versus raid difference or something, Dinkle. But I know people are posse on enhance. Yeah.
Think about what you have done.
I know people are posse vibes on enhance.
Demerit points for you. Go to the corner. Learn from this. Four marks for 4 students. Go to the corner. Think about what you have done. Four marks for 4 students.
Let's go.
For now.
Whoa.
Oh dear. It seems the parameters I wove into my out-of-office spell were a bit extreme. Thank you for all your help in getting the school ready.
All right. And we're at 11,000 steps. Let's go. Shaman Healer's kind of RNG with Stormstream Totem procs and Ascendance procs. It's less RNG for the Stormstream procs because they added a guaranteed chance to proc it from... They added a guaranteed chance from your Ancestral or Nature Swiftness, and they reduced the healing bonus that Stormstream Totem has over Healing Stream Totem. And I think they nerfed the proc rate. So it's still like, yeah, RNG, but it's less about the RNG, and now it's more about playing around your Nature Swiftness with it. The Ascendance Randomosity is where after you Riptide during Ascendance, your next healing wave or chain heal will be instant cast and apply Riptide to your target. And those applied Riptides can proc deeply rooted elements, which would then give you more Ascendance uptime. So that's probably the biggest like slot machine version of the spec right now. And I feel like that's just something that's not intended that they need to address. So, yeah. Oh, DF history? Let's see. Yeah, what's this history stuff? How you doing, Bruette? Let me see. Maybe there's just an update. There is an update. Let's update. Let's see if that has the update for it. So it's blank now, probably because it was part of the last update and everything. But is there a menu here? Tell me Huh, I guess not. Yeah, so I just updated it, so it seems like that added the feature to it. So, next dungeon. Under targeted spells. Alright, let's see. Cast history data sets on loading screens. Yeah. So, like, I see this. It just doesn't have any data tied to it. Yeah. So that just, like, shows what the total amount of targets or what? Basically just logs right now, shock, and I hate it. I hope it's something that they fix or address or something. I don't know. Yeah. Can't move individual buffs. Yeah. Plays nearly identical? Yeah, where do you think I got it from? I'm in your walls. How many healing buttons does our druid have? You don't really press F-Low because it's tied to your life bloom now. You have rejuve, wild growth, regrowth, trank, swift mend. Convoke. Anything else? Something like that. Like 7 or 8 buttons. It took a little bit, sirs, but I usually have most of my buffs all like grouped up together anyway. So. F-Flow talent also saves you a lot of mana, not having to actually cast an F-Flow. Larger gap between healers and what key levels they can do. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you. I don't really think like healing is getting harder. Caster Misweaver's gonna push the highest of keys. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I think in a lot of respects healing is getting easier because the game is slowing down for one thing. It's less yo-yo health bars. There's a lot less like stacking modifiers to make your abilities actually do things. I think the alternative is also that like there's more frequent times where you need to heal. There's less like Algathar Academy type dungeons where there's like nothing going on. But I don't know. There's still like a lot of ways that healers can be like separated into different skill groups. And like the big thing I'm thinking about though, and what made me kind of pause was like keys are going to go up to 18s for max rewards. And so a lot of people are going to be trying to push up higher keys and get better rewards and everything like that. And like maybe they get like heal checked by, you know, 16, 17, 18s or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I already have overshields on my frames. They're in the top right there. I'm using Dander's frames for my UI. It's the only add-on I have right now. I think healing will be a lot more popular of a role. Yeah.
Father, not even fit to labor in a quarry. Relish these final moments.
Blizzard would ever give us target casting in the base UI? Who knows? But it's in add-ons. And that's all we need, because we were just going to use add-ons anyway. Let's be real. In the dead center of the frame, and sometimes it moves down if there's multiple ones that target me, but in the dead center of the frame is when there's a targeted spell. So if you see something in the dead center of the frame, that's what it is. Oopsie. I think it's a mind of its own. I'm Cola. Didn't rate Disc too highly, but I recall before TW and Disc wasn't looked too fondly on then, but turned out to be good. No, I think Disc is really good. My most recent video. He's gassing it up, man. They've made some very good changes. There was like the last like real builds before they went on Christmas break had a lot of really good changes for Disc. Disc and Rusted Druid getting nerfed? Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. Tanking was more popular. There's like a a foolproof way to make tanking more popular, but Blizzard refuses to do it. It's very funny. They literally have access to the fix everything button for the spec, or for the role, and they just refuse to press the fix everything button. Yeah, make tanks do more damage. Simple.
I simply wish you had lasted
Simple.
a little longer.
I hesitated. I tried to hit my health pot and health stone, and it was all on CD.
Great to meet ya.
If it was the max video, then it was before those changes. Yeah. Because they basically made those changes, and I was like, oh, shit's good, like, really good now. Yeah. If that's what you saw, I think it was the max video, then yeah, that was before. They do competitive damage, we see tank comps. Bring back vengeance. If you want, I have my profile in my Discord and stuff. Suck it in. I'm gonna just yoink that. Yeah, it's still bugged. There, silly. Yep. I want to play more Holy Priest, but like you just can't. You literally just straight up can't with the way Benediction is bugged. What do you need to do? Oh my god, it's the flood. Nope. Yeah. Woo. I didn't even know there was a knockback from those guys. That's crazy. This run's an M+ run. It's older than some gamers running it. True. Are my guides for pre-patch written to release? No. I gotta get on that. Yeah, I gotta turn them in next week. Yeah. Gotta get on it. Mm-hmm. Lots of work. Lots of stuff to do. Beta will probably end like a week or two before launch. Something like that. Something like that.
Tiny creatures under feet. You bring Carver good to eat.
Each season feels like different and stuff, Sushi. Yeah. We're also doing 18s with full-fledged mythic gear, and it doesn't feel that hard.
Now your bones will freeze.
Scaled to 289.
We'll save for snack for later. Frustrated. You need mortals. Now your bones will freeze.
I think that they want key inflation, yeah. I think that they do want key inflation. They like want people to go back to doing like keys past 12s. It's at least the impression that I get. Because you remember, like, War Within Season 1, they were like, yeah, keys are going to be really challenging. Trying to go past 12s, like, that's going to be the big boy zone. And, like, it's going to be tough. And, you know, we saw how that went. So I doubt they do anything like that again.
Your bones will freeze.
This is going to help so much. Because not only is it going to help my damage and just heal everybody, but it also applies the Searing Light dot, and that's going to do so much damn. I love it. Now I'm going to paint up myself.
Giant underpants, clean, save boss great shame.
Put more rewards between KSL and title. Yeah, that would be nice. I want transmogs, man. Give me the transmogs. I want transmogs and then I want decor. Oh my god, I need so much decor for my house. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a recolor of the raid set would be cool. I'd like that. I don't know. I know the title, like the M+ title is prestigious, but I don't know. I don't really like feel excited getting the title anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's because the titles are lame. I think that's probably what it is. I think the titles that they do every season are actually just like lame. The Enterprising Hero, like that doesn't sound like prestigious at all. It doesn't. Yeah, or like people have titles hidden. I don't know, the raid titles usually are really cool. Yeah. My playlist hasn't changed the last time people played this dungeon. Probably not. It's perfect then. You think it's not fun to you because you know you can get it, no challenge? It's not that there's no challenge to it. I mean, I know I'll get like the raid title and stuff, and that's very challenging. Enterprising Hero sounds like you're a young NBA who found a way to save Stormwind 2% of their war effort expenses. Yeah, yeah. Like, famed Slayer of X, you know, isn't my favorite way to do Hall of Fame titles, but at least it sounds a lot cooler than an Enterprising Hero. I don't know, that sounds like LinkedIn word vomit to me. And some of the CE titles are really, really good. I think this one's called the Umbral, which is like, okay. But, you know, we've had like Kingslayer in the past. We've had Storm's End in the past. Like, we've had some really, really good bangers. I love titles. I just don't love the M+ titles that they give us. Also, it takes for fucking ever to get the titles. And so, like, I've earned the title, and then I have to wait for, like, a month and a half. It's so weird. I hate that part, too. Maybe that's another huge reason, is by the time that the titles actually roll out to people, I kind of, like, forget it, you know? Oh, Umbral's the M+ one. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just the timing that, like, pisses me off the most about it. So I'm like, yeah. Like, I want it to be, like, the next day. Like, you know, everyone's running around town and showing off their title, right? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there is a lot of bloat for the mounts and titles. That's true. Yeah. Pruning for like abilities and stuff happens in pruning for like abilities and stuff happens in the pre-patch. Yo, how you been, Aubrey? What up, what up? Hope you've been doing well. Haven't cared about titles in a long time. The insane title is still my screw getting that title. Yeah, my roommate in college spent an insane amount of time going after the insane title. I very rarely saw him, but he got it, and then he quit the game. Then he quit the game. Yeah, not knowing when you're done with the title is also a stinker as well, Rag. That's a good one too.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of him. No, that one. Never get that one. I changed my mind. Go get that one instead.
Lag? Crazy lag. Oh no. Chat?
Must not be interrupted. Ick, take care of them.
Yeah, had a little bit of lag. Had a wee bit of lag. But we're good? Looks like we're good now. Stop the U-torrent. Might be. Weird. Well, that could have been worse. Yeah, no biggie. Little micro lag. Just a little bit of micro lag for fun.
Don't kill me, please. I'll tell you everything.
Worthless gnat. Death is all that awaits you. Do not think that I shall permit you entry.
Yeah, it looks like everything's fine now. Super strange.
Pursue me if you dare.
Oh, alright. Fuck it, we ball. If you DPS a target that's immune, then you do no atonement healing whatsoever. But if you DPS a target that takes 99% less damage, then you do full atonement to them. That's a big reason why all the boss fights now will have vulnerability phases where they take 99% less damage. Is because of Disc Priest Atonement. Because back in Legion, you know, Disc was still early in this whole damage to healing for your primary sort of like ramp phase and everything. You know, Legion is where like ramping and doing damage to do all of your healing and everything kind of came around. And a fight called Agrimar had an intermission phase where the boss went immune. And it stayed that way for, I don't know, 6 months or 5 months or something crazy like that, like a long time. And it wasn't until much, you know, like deeper into farm for Antorus that they actually changed that intermission phase to do 99% less damage. But they never ended up changing Gul'dan's. Like you could go back to Nighthold and you could go fight Gul'dan and he's still immune in his intermission phase. But Disc was really bad back then, so nobody except for like Suplift and like one other guy were playing Disc back then. Yeah. Back when the game was at its peak. True. Dude, raiding and like raid drama and everything was such a big deal back then. It's crazy. So insane. The party frames or Dander's frames? Yeah. Pride as your first orange? Ah, God, I had like Renew, I think is my first orange. The legs, I think is what it was. The thing you're thinking about, Keycat, I know their names, and I'm not gonna name these people, but that was a Warlords of Draenor High Mall drama. Yeah. Oh, I remember that. Oh, you don't remember the dude? His name is Affinity. He was a Resto Druid player. And then he got arrested for some not good crimes. Yeah. But he used to be one of the like prominent figures in like the Druid community, and he would be on Final Boss TV before he got canceled. He would be on his channel a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, not like tax fraud, you know, but like bad shit. Exactly, Lith. Exactly. Yeah, man, there's a lot of shit with this community, man. It is, it's been a journey. It's so funny, because, like, sometimes I still think of myself as being, like, somebody being, like, younger and newer to the game. And then I look back, and I'm like, shit, it's been a long time. It's been a while. Not an 18-year-old lad anymore? Nope. Not even close. Not even close. For bleeding on your shirt. Let's go hit the PI. And hit the uppies. You can play with people that weren't even born when you started playing, makes you feel old, yeah. I know, it's so funny because to me, I didn't start playing WoW until Cataclysm. And by that time, like, WoW had already been like this huge phenomenon, right? In fact, many people thought that like the phenomenon was gonna just fade out, right? And I remember, it's so crazy now, and I'm sure that there's still TV networks like this, but I remember growing up watching like Fused and like G4 TV, and like there was a lot of like content around gaming that networks were paying for. It's insane to think about. And like, it doesn't happen to, I mean, maybe it does happen today. I actually have no idea. But like, you know, YouTube has like supplanted that, right? You know, YouTube has taken that over. So there's no point in watching. Yeah, you know, like there'd be like Attack of the Show, right? And like Swifty was on like reality TV. It was like insane to think about. Yeah. It was insane to think about. Like, I still remember the first time I ever heard about World of Warcraft was, I think I was watching Fused TV, and they were talking about how people like met their husbands and wives and everything like that playing the game. And I was like, that's so weird, meeting people online and all that stuff. And well, I never would have guessed where my life took me, you know? Yeah, like I won't play that. It looks cartoony and everything. Yep. It's a crazy place, man. This world is a crazy place. Alright, I ain't going anywhere. You're thinking that's so weird? I was thinking there's hope for me yet? There's hope for us both, champ. There's hope for us both. Yet. We are gonna die if we don't kill this.
Only the strongest survive.
To be abused. No, I never played WildStar. I played Final Fantasy. I started playing with RuneScape. That was like the first ever MMO I played. That was the first one. So sad about that, but don't beat yourself up. This is an 18 on beta. Thanks, Framey. No, it's like I knew it was like what we were gonna die to. It just sucks when I don't have any control over that. Like we needed to like stand on the ad and then be ready to like burn it immediately. And yeah. It's like as a healer, if you know what's going wrong and you don't have anything to do, like you can't really do anything to heal through it. It's like fuck. I'm just holding in the flame. Just holding in the flame. Like kill the ads. Fuck. Yeah, with my big healer damage. Yeah, buddy. I'll take care of business. Like, we really should just, like, go stand on this. Let's try to buy out. Yeet. There we go. Get ready to run over here. UI state? I am not worried about it at all. tell you the truth. I'm actually pretty happy with what like add-ons have been able to do. It seems like Blizzard's just gonna cave on add-ons rather than like let them be awful on release, you know? I ran out of the good old AQ 40 days? No, I started playing in Cataclysm, man. I started playing around the time that Dragon Soul came out. That's when I was like leveling and just kind of like aimlessly wandering around the world of Warcraft. And once I hit max level, I was in my college roommates guild. And I had asked them to join their raid team and everything like that. And they're like, yeah, we'll teach you how to raid. Come into Firelands, because they, you know, they needed help with getting people their legendary staves from Firelands. So they kind of taught me how to raid there, and I was playing a rogue back then. Did I just go backwards? I do, yeah, okay. Nice. They taught me how to raid and everything like that, and I was watching all those Fat Boss videos, getting ready for Dragon Soul, and studying up on those fights. Just gaming. I mean, they kind of like effectively revert the add-on purge Zero. They just keep on adding like more things that they let add-ons do. So yeah. Warlock pets are turbo bugs, so both warlocks couldn't interrupt in the fight. Oh, okay. That's insane. Well, I saw that the curses pulled stuff. Yeah, I didn't know about the interrupt side. I was like, why is this ad just casting? Like, fuck. Yeah.
Not save them. Damn you, Arthas. Damn you. The Frost Queen is gone.
Cause and healers feeling too simple? I feel that way about Shaman, but I don't feel that way about the other
Our
ones.
objective is near.
I don't feel that way about the other ones. Yeah, like base UI's gotten a lot of better stuff. And it's kind of inevitable that we're going to want, you know, like mask or different things like skin our UI, make it a little bit more uniform. I want to have like sexy maps, things like that. So things like that. Holy Priest is Omega bug, Latham. Yeah, they haven't addressed the bugs yet, but certain abilities like Benediction, which is like the flash shield replacement. Those, one sec, there we go. The like buff for flash heal and everything like that is actually nerfing flash heal. So it's causing some problems. It's causing some problems. Tier listing easiest to hardest. Shaman. Tier listing easiest to hardest. Shaman. Oh, whoopsie. Shaman's probably the easiest. Probably like Shaman, Holy Priest. Kind of varies in between raids and M+. I don't know, I'd say for M+, like Disc is easier than Paladin, which is easier. Or sorry, I feel like Disc is easier than Druid, which I think is easier than Paladin, or maybe they're kind of close. But both of those are easier than Monk, which is easier than Prez. Yeah. I mean, Shadowman's just ass. Shadowman is just ass. Not only is it just bad healing, but it's also a bad use of a talent point. It's like an occasional inconsistent upgrade to your flash heal, when you could just take inner focus and just have a better crit chance, you know? In keys, yeah, I don't think Disc is that hard in keys at all. Your output is like super penance focused and shield focused. Yeah. Just very, very straightforward. That's okay. I think Shaman's the easiest healer. Yeah. I feel like Evoker and Monk are like the most complicated healers. Yeah. Shaman's like pretty strong. It's just boring. Monk has a ridiculous amount of like modifiers and things that are juicing up its healing and everything like that. And it does have a lot of bugs. That is true too. Yeah. I think Paladin's like middle of the pack in terms of its difficulty. Booker and Monk the hardest. They both don't have good raid buffs. Yeah. It's like the hardest M plus healers also just bring the least to the group. That's fucking rough. I think Disc is like second or third best healer in keys right now. It feels really strong. It feels really, really strong. I feel like I have a lot of different tools to get the job done. I'd rather they cull some more of these like splash heals. You know, I don't really want to have like prayer bending or piety existing on an Oracle disc tree, for example. I'd rather they like just buff up my where's the talent? 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 Oh yeah, I'd rather they just buff up like my penance and smite damage more or something like that. And then just get rid of like the palm bounces, because like I just never even look at those or think about those or see them in my frames. And then piety, the thing with piety is like it might turn out one season to be really, really powerful, and then you're not even casting palm though. It's just like when you power word shield, you place a prayer of mending out there. So I'm not even doing anything to activate this healing. It just happens. That's the thing. And I'd rather my smites and penances just hit harder. But the piety side, this is going to be really good in one tier, and then they're going to nuke Disc and Holy from orbit in another tier to balance around it. Because that's what happened in Mana Forge Omega. At the beginning of Mana Forge, Disc and Holy Priest were the lowest HPS healers, Disc especially. And they did it because they were worried about piety being too powerful. There is no good world here where they actually take care of it. It's just gonna be bad. It's just gonna be bad. Well, they still have more changes they're gonna do for balance. I'm not too worried about like the tuning yet, but I'm kind of thinking about it's not exactly tuning, but it's more about like healing attribution, like where your healing comes from for the spec. And I'm very much of the opinion that like they identified the right problem being incidental splash passive healing. They just need to go further with it. They need to keep on nerfing this kind of stuff or deleting it entirely, you know? Well, it's just like this Christmas break. The Christmas break just kind of fucked them over. They kept the same timeline, and then naturally people just do less work in December and less gets done in December because everybody's getting ready for Christmas. They're kind of like mentally checked out, and now they're getting back to it, and then they're like, holy shit, I have so much to do, you know? Yeah. That's how it goes. Everyone is circling back. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, what can you do? Let's see.
Careful out there.
Like any office job, yeah, pretty much.
An entity from the void has emerged.
All right, I'm going to the bathroom fast. One sec.
It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
ARB. All right. This weekend, next week is pretty much crunch week, all hands on deck. I'm sure it is. And especially because they don't really want to do anything, I guess, extra design-wise after the next week or two. At least they usually don't. Sometimes in emergency they do. Disc is great, Navi. Play Disc. You'll have a blast. You're gonna have so much fun. Oh, that's how it goes right now. Is Shadow will be good for a while, and then the nerf bats come. Yeah. And then the nerf bats come. In the dead of night. Top 3 best healers at midnight. For raid, probably like Disc Prez, Pally Druid, something like that. I don't know. Disc and Prez own right now. Both of them can just carry some insane healing.
Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
I got my talent build in M+. I'll pop it up at some point when I'm not fighting stuff. Upbeats take the wheel. Classes could do heal Dimmy. I mean, we have like, what, 20% additional healing or something like that at this point? You did H-Pal, H-Priest for Nexus King. I think Holy Priest would be really, really good for that. Since you have some decently reliable spot heals. And you have Piety for overheal protection, which is really, really absurd. Yeah. Maybe H-Pal. I don't know. 2 healing Dimmy would be pretty tough. I think the toughest part would probably be the final phase, to be honest. Yeah. Oki, check the description on YouTube. It should have the link to... It's like a setup link tree that I have for all my stuff. Yeah. You might have to like him for the second antimatter really early to do it. Pop sack, land hands a pull. Yeah, that's the problem is when you have like, I feel like the same thing might happen on the beginning of phase 3 with Dimmy. Is that just like snap huge amount of damage? You kind of need both healers to be doing something on that, and then you need more healing for like the rings. So I don't know if 2 healing would be possible. At least not without some like phenomenal coordination on like defensives. Yeah.
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Disrupting their efforts would benefit us all.
How you doing, Colony?
Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
H-Priest and Monk did it. Yeah, I feel like Monk would be a good candidate for that. That's your most recent interview phase. Next be an interview with one of the founders. Oh, let's go. You got this, bro. Plan appears to be skip second devour P1. Oh yeah. Have fun with that. Yeah. Protein bar recommendations. I've been getting those kind max ones. Some of the kind bars have like an absurd amount of sugar in them. And then some of them have like 1 gram of sugar and a bunch of protein. But I usually don't eat a lot of protein bars. I think one of the most OP things you can do, food-wise, health-wise, would be making smoothies more regularly, because then you can get your fruit. Coconut water is always good for hydrating you before a workout. You get some like chia seeds for like some fiber. You could easily add something like spinach and not even taste any of it. So you get your greens out of it too. You know, get some oats, get some yogurt. I've been putting protein powder in mine. There's a lot you can do with it.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
Creatine and coconut water. I usually have my creatine, honestly, with my pre-workout. I know it's a little suboptimal to mix it with caffeine and stuff, but yeah, whatever. You have to do interviews tomorrow and Monday? Your reign of terror begins now? Remember that Futurama episode where Bender becomes Pharaoh? He's like, the days of oppression from the old Pharaoh are gone. A whole new wave of oppression begins today. Yo, take it easy, Dinkle. Milk, rolled oats, bananas, protein powder. Yeah, it's OP. Yep. Yeah, in the capital cities, Keltex, in the Zalatas endgame server. That's where you can find all the tier set stuff. Yeah. You can do like crit mastery Illuminos like you did before. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do is I get rolled oats. Do rolled oats, coconut water, a cup of frozen fruit, a banana, chia seeds, protein powder. I just do that every morning. Some spinach. So, yeah, it's in my Discord, Latham. Check the channels. There should be one called Midnight Beta Resources. Whoop! Whoop! How you doing, Rock? Just gonna be a meta with druid? It really looks like that upsetter, yeah. And like, I know whenever something is meta, everyone's like, oh, it'll get nerfed. Like, that's kind of the whole point of my previous video. Is that like, even if there are some nerfs, short of it getting nuked from orbit, right? Short of like, I don't know, the USA getting, you know, particle cannon tech like in Command and Conquer Generals 0 Hour, which is a goated game, by the way. Short of them getting the particle cannon technology and go, bzzz, you know, the disc and druid, I think the like overall healing environment is just going to be so favorable to them that like they're going to be like must games. Oh, I see, Hirag. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I just try to stay in my lane, do my thing, man. A lot of times gaming's just an escape for people, you know? Nothing better than going into your escape and then being reminded of more of it. Explain in Warhammer terms? What is it called? It's like a hammer, right? What's the human laser beam? It's like the hammer of Aln or something. Oh, no. I was like commiserating with you, Rog. Agreeing with you. Yeah. Not like calling you out or anything, bro. Sorry, I'm going through like 5 topics a second. You're all good, man. Trying to like speed read and juggle topics together and do a poor job. Please don't let current Shaman become meta. Yeah, I mean, you'd see a lot of Shaman players if there was, because that shit is piss easy. Hey, who knows? I'm just blind. It's all good, Latham. Oh my, all good, my dude. All right, chat. We're gonna get out of the sad boy moments, okay? You're making me depressed. What was something that made you guys smile today? If you say my stream, then you're a suck up, okay? Might be something real. The beginning of your reign of terror. See, that's a good one. See, that's a good one. John keeps, like, I don't want to say accidentally, because I'm sure you're kicking ass at work. But they keep on giving you promotions you never asked for. Thinking about the stream ending? True, because then I'll make some more content. Oh, and then I'm going to make... I think I have skirt steak. I don't remember what it is. It's not New York strip. I have some nice cut of steak. I'm going to do that with some fried eggs and sourdough. Ooh, have you ever had like some turkey bacon, Andreas, in a breakfast burrito? It's so good. And I also found these sausages from Whole Foods that are like turkey sausages. Kind of a game changer. Love them. Love them. I do want steak. So I'm making it tonight. Oh, in Argentina? I guess I gotta go here. Figuring out how to unmarshal JSON manually in Go. It's been a boring day. I am happy for you, I think. Congrats on the job offers, Lindis. Let's fucking go. Dogs found a spot in the living room where they can lay in the sun. It was very cute. Aw. I ran into a neighbor I hadn't met yet in the elevator the other day, and they had a huge, shaggy, kind of brown, orange mutt who was so excited to see me. Dude was wiggling like crazy. Void Weaver's kind of beans right now. It's very smite focused, of course, and ever since they nerfed Greater Smite, it's been kind of like meh. It's been just kind of meh. Nothing's really changed for Void Weaver. Like, I've tried it before, but now it's just really solidly behind Oracle, so when I'm pushing keys, I'm not gonna, like, play it there. Yeah. Happy for you, sad that happened. Well, you know better than I would, John, about the JSON stuff. Yeah. I think a lot of hero talents are just not, like, super well balanced at the moment, and so that's kind of across the board. That's what's going on from a lot of guys, is like Void Weaver's kind of weak, Archon for Holy Priest is kind of weak, Totemic is like kind of niche for Resto Shaman right now. Farseer's overall better. Yep. Need to try a Danish disc called Totemic. Nasty, good for a Friday dinner and gaming. Okay, what's in it? Oh, I had that stupid bleed, man. Oh, I'm sure I have, John, from the magic of computers. But that would be the equivalent of like an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon seeing like a drone for the first time. If I even knew what I was looking at, it would be terrifying. A mix of sliced sausages and french fries topped with ketchup, mustard, remoulade, fried onions, and pickles. Hearty sausage and fry combo. Oh, it's kind of like a... That's kind of neat. It's like a stir fry with meat, predominantly. Yeah, or like hot dog poutine. Yeah, that's probably a better way to do it. Better way to say it. Yeah. Targeted AoE? Radiance, you mean? Yeah, it just applies atonement to everybody. So you apply atonement from powered shield, flash heal, plea, which is a single target spell, radiance, which is 5 players, and then now in the expansion you can apply it with penance, which mostly just happens when you are hitting your oracle penance, which will do offensive and defensive penance at the same time. It'll hit an enemy and an ally at the same time. Yeah. Evoker's pretty fun. I think it's gonna be really, really strong in raids, but it's gonna be kind of the same from what the War Within. It's like strong in raids, kind of whatever in keys. I'm just gonna hit uppies here. No buff, no glory. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I'll have a video soon. I talked to Kig, who's one of like the top preservation evokers for the past like 3 years. So I sat down with him and I'm gonna have a whole video and everything dedicated to some of the stuff that we were talking about. Just kind of getting his thoughts about it. But that was what I talked to him about last night. And he's like, yeah, it seems like it'll be, you know, pretty good, but not really moving the needle from where it was before. Yep. I have talked to some rest of Shamans, yeah. I was talking to Harak, who's the new Wowhead guide writer, who replaced Thune, the old writer. And I was talking to him before I made a Resto Shaman video, didn't I? Maybe it was part of my tier list. There was something. There was something, though. The needle could have gone to shit, so being good as it was is not bad. Yeah, pretty much. As Logan would say, you have to be realistic. Oh, I talked to the Shamans about the Discord situation. Oh, from what I heard, that the admins basically were just not playing the game. Somebody in chat had said that like that whole Discord had started as an offshoot from the main Shaman Discord off of like some drama or something. So it seemed like it kind of had like outlived its original purpose or whatever. I don't know. I don't think there's really like much of a story or anything like that, if that's what you're wondering. As Kelsier would say, shut up preservation. Don't you mean fuzz? Come on, Colony. Ooh, I'm not loving this. I am not gonna be loving this. Yeah, I don't think there's any like drama to it. I think it's just they're like, I don't wanna continue this. I don't wanna hand it off to somebody else. It can just die. Yeah. Sometimes it's just the way it is. Less active than the actual Shaman Discords. I think it kind of ended up being redundant. Yeah, and that's just what happens over time. Yep.
Yes, the knowledge. We must get inside. Illyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Such chaos. The way is open.
Oh, we already cleared this whole playlist out. Oh, let's see.
It is rare that a Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications. Such musings can wait, though. This entity must die.
Look out!
Alright, start off. Rip Avenge. I was really hoping I would get a. I was really hoping I was going to get a Void Shield proc. 3 straight penances, no Void Shield proc. I got Archangel up and chilling. There's my Void Shields. Yeah, I gotta do this already. Woof. Any class is so easy they don't need a Discord? True. Yeah, class Discords don't make any money. A lot of times they'll do Patreons, but even then, a lot of times they don't really have a lot of... Oh my god, I'm gonna spit. Stop chasing me. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Leave me be. Whatever. We're just dying. Yeah, Wowhead guide writers are paid. Class Discords, nah.
I simply wish you had lasted a little.
Really do think the Dolphins are going to try for Harbaugh? Why else fire McDaniels 2 days after Harbaugh was fired, and Harbaugh had like 10 calls about a job on Tuesday, and there are only 7 openings? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why the Dolphins think that they're going to get Harbaugh, though. Because, I mean, you're taking a risk. Like, Mike McDaniel, among many things, is like one of the best offensive minds in the league. At least, like, top 10 or something like that. I don't know why you'd let that go to maybe get Harbaugh, right? Oh, God. How long have I written the priest guides? Like, literally, like, 10 years. I was part of, like, the first group of people that got hired by Wowhead to write guides for them. Yeah. It's been a long, long time.
Look out!
I started at the beginning of Legion. But I've been writing guides since Warlords. The first guides I wrote were on my guild's forums. And then they posted it, one of my guildies posted it on Reddit. And then that led me to work for what is now Warcraft Priest. It was called Hada Priest. I worked for them for a little bit, then went to work for Wowhead. Doing that ever since. I really want to hit uppies during this 200% damage buff, but that would be such a throw. Oh, man.
Look out! What a disappointment you are.
I was saving PI for the damage amp because it's a 200% increased damage done moment. And everybody's going to save their cooldowns for it. And it happened at about a minute 15 in the fight. So it is better to save it for that full minute 15 rather than just hit it on cooldown. Yep, because the damage amp happens at about a minute 10, and I wouldn't have PI back for it. And see, it's back again, Symphony of the Eternal Night, and I got my PI for it. So that way you'll be able to have it every single time for this. Juice it up. DPS kill boss.
Being of the light, become a creature of shadow.
The void is a force of change, of transformation.
Show talents? Yeah.
Ever shifting.
Feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
Pick a meta instead of full 5-man meta, not just healer. Oh, give me like a prop pally disc priest meta. Oh yeah.
And consequences to face.
Love that shit. Love that shit. Yeah. I don't care about anything else. Just kick for me, you know? Just fucking kick mobs. H-Paler swapped the disc, which I've never played. You should try it. If you've never played it before, give it a shot, man. Yep. The Giants are front runners for Harbaugh. I think the Giants would be a good environment for him. Yeah. As long as he doesn't bring his offensive coordinator with him. Because like I don't know what they do with their personnel, but there's been multiple times where the Ravens had a lead. I remember distinctly last season, Ravens had a lead, and then they just started like going away from their pass attack and they just started, you know, running and only focusing on running to burn the clock in the third quarter. And that gave an opportunity for their opponents to come back. And I remember like Lamar was on the field and he's like, yeah, I don't know why we didn't like run up the score. And then this season, the second to last game of the year, something like that, they just keep going on. It's like the second to last game of the year. I don't know if they were playing the Chargers or what, but it like Derrick Henry was getting crazy touchdowns, crazy value, and then they decided to keep him on the bench with like 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter and not put the game away with him. And then they got the ball back and they had like, you know, 45 seconds, so they couldn't actually put him in the game or something. It was so ridiculous. So I don't know. I think it was about time for Harbaugh to go one way or another, because it's not been the first time that their like personnel usage has been like really bad. But yeah, I mean, our druid or disc. Well, our druid's gonna be the best for keys. Disc is like second or third depending on who you ask, but it's still really high up there. And disc is best in raids, so depends what you care the most about. They're all good. Do you want to step into healing? Which class the spec would recommend? Probably Shaman is just like a first-time healer. Yeah. Something like that. You know what I saw this morning? I was at the gym and, you know, they have like, you know, sports shows and stuff like that. They're like, is it a big deal that Carolina beat the Rams like 2 weeks ago? Do we think that the Panthers are going to beat the Rams again? And I was like, you guys are so fucking bored. Like, why are we doing this? Fucking daytime television, man. Fucking daytime television. I was saying disc is second or third best in M+ right now, depending on who you ask. So, yeah, they're all on my Discord and stuff, Sword. All my talent builds and everything like that. I have a dedicated channel. If you join the Discord, it's called Midnight Beta Resources. It has my Danders frames. It has the talent builds for all the healers that I've been messing around with. And my like edit mode HUD, my logs from beta, all that stuff. So you can find it all there. Oh, I think it's like Druid, Shaman, and Disc that are all like really strong keys. Like Druid's boring. Or sorry, Shaman's boring in keys, but it is strong. Yeah. Was not boring getting invited and not sitting queue all day? Yeah, true. Yeah, it's basically Radiance. What's important, Illuminos, is Power of the Dark Side. And Oracle giving you 2 penance charges. So a lot of times, you know, you're just naturally spreading around your dots, and your dots actually do damage. So they matter for your atonement healing. And you don't want to scrimp on them. But even though Power of the Dark Side's only a 30% buff instead of, I think it was like 100% before, you still want to find a way to min-max it. And so now that if you have like big burst of damage, obviously if you're just, you know, hitting buttons as they come up for like whatever damage, then, you know, don't sweat it. But if you're trying to prepare for like real damage, you'll pool your penance charges together. You'll have 2 of them. You'll penance, and you'll probably have Power of the Dark Side because you're spreading around your dots. And then you'll Mind Blast, which triggers Power of the Dark Side from Dark Indulgence. And then you'll penance again with another Power of the Dark Side. That's a decent chunk of the gameplay. You can also burn extra radiances to force Harsh Discipline, which, you know, a lot of people already know. But what they've changed is that penance now applies atonement, which means your twin sight penance will apply that atonement. So you'll have a lot of different duration atonements on your party all at once. You might be like, oh, I have atonement on everybody. But if you're preparing for damage, you might as well just hit those radiances, force the Harsh Discipline procs. Obviously still benefit from Wheel and Woe. It only works in Power Word Shield now. Extra Bolts is really good because it helps out your Searing Light damage as well. So yeah, you kind of just focus on that stuff. It's little things, but like if you're already familiar with playing Oracle Disc, like you'll know what's going on. The only add-on I'm using right now, Ed, is Dander's Frames. I do need to spend a couple days just like digging into the UI, especially before pre-patch. So probably tomorrow, I might start off the stream and just like mess around with add-ons, because like this UI is fine, right? But I can make it prettier. Yeah. Oh, Dozer. Easiest spec for M+ and Raid. Resto Shaman. Good old Resto Shaman. You got like 60% of that? Well, rewind and watch it back some more. Maybe that'll help. But I'll have guides and stuff too. I'll have guides and I'll have more info, and you know, we'll have our Wowhead guides. I got to work on those. I'm gonna work on those right after stream, and we'll get all kinds of stuff. It's called Dander's Frames. DANDERS Frames. What's your question, Dozer? You try this again? Oh, they fixed it, Vlad, right after we ran it? That's great. Probably a Night Elf season. There's some curses and diseases, but not that many. You know, like there's probably like relevant ones that somebody could reliably remove in like Pit of Sauron. I don't know. I'd probably just go with Night Elf. I think I have the Dander's Frames click casting. No, I think I have click still. I'll probably just put everything into Dander's Frames or everything into Cell rather than use click. So, yeah. I mean, if you're playing, I don't understand the question, Dozer. I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, if you're playing Disc, right? You're talking about hero talents? Because then you just play Oracle. It's like the stronger option. Yeah. I mean, Oracle's just the better option right now. So everybody would just play Oracle. There's no more Premonition. You just get 2 charges of penance. So, yeah. Cell's always had click casting built in. Yeah. I like Cells because it has like some drop down menus and you can basically just kind of sort between different things. But this is also pretty cool too because it allows you to like set weapons and specific consumables too. So you just drop an item in there and then you can set it up. So they both have good ways to do it. I think if I use Dander's Frames or if I use Cell, I'm just going to use the click casting that whichever one has it built in. Yeah. Yeah, like Cell's working on it. Cell is working on it for sure. I know they are, but just not a working version yet. No, it'll happen. But I know it's going to happen for those of you who have used my UI and everything. I will have a pre-patch version already set. That's why, you know, this week and next week I'll get a pre-patch version ready, and then I probably I guess I might as well set up a beta one. I'll probably set up a beta one while I set up the pre-patch one, start running it in these keys in beta, and then I might tweak it a little bit before launch. But yeah, I'll basically have all these resources ready. Like if you guys are worried about UI stuff and used my stuff in the past, I'll have it all set up for you. So don't worry. I'll also make guides for like Dander's Frames and probably for Cell and everything like that. Yeah. But I am really not worried about the UI. There's going to be new add-ons that we're going to use instead of old ones. Like some add-ons will die and, you know, not be developed and everything. But there are going to be so many replacements. There's going to be a ridiculous amount of replacements. Like a lot of new add-on developers are kind of coming into the mix, you know? Yeah. You don't get mythic gear in beta. You just get heroic track gear. But all your gear scales up in beta. Now, bigwigs and DBM and everything are basically going to take the timeline feature that Blizzard has and they just turn it into bar form. That's what's going to happen. So they're still going to exist. But they basically are just going to like take Blizzard's information and skin it a little bit differently, and I think they'll add a little bit of extra features. Yeah. Who's someone I've never co-streamed with that I wish I could do something with in 2026? Dozer, thank you for the 15 months. How you doing, Arctic? Who have I never done something with? Let's go, Shush. Your stream popped up in my recommended the other day. Funny enough. It's fate. I don't know. You might have like more add-ons, but it might be like 1 or 2 more to replace some weak auras. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, man. I'm old. I don't know. I've done a lot with a lot of different people. Yeah. Answer the question. I'm thinking, man, but like every name I think of, I've actually played with that person before. You know? I played with Nagura, I played with Tally. I guess I've kind of like co-streamed with Max when he's had me on his channel and everything like that. You know? I played with the homies like Cal and Aya and everybody a lot before. So it's like, have I played with THD? Well, THD only streams world first, so maybe that's what it is, Swinner. I want to co-stream with THD and I want to win world first with them. Okay, I want to be casting the world first, and they're like, Jack, we need a 5th healer, and it has to be a disc priest, and nobody else can do it but you. Please put down the mic and play disc on, what is it called? Midnight Falls or something. What's the boss called? Midnight Falls. Please come heal it. We'll give you all the gear too. There we go. That'd be cool as fuck. That's my fantasy. That'll never happen. But that would be so cool. Yep. THD hawking gear after every kill. I just want the mount. For a boss kill, fuck the gear. I just want the mount, dude. I want to get on Big Bird. Looks sick as fuck. Yep. First raid is Crown of the Cosmos. Yeah. Midnight totally dies this time. I mean, I can spoil this stuff if you want. I was just using their names so that I don't spoil it. But needless to say, Seed of the Triumvirate actually has some lore reasons, you know? Every time THD was on camera, you knew what was coming. Oh, yeah. He's the GOAT, man. He's the fucking GOAT. After they killed Galley, yeah, oh my god. It was absolute perfection, man. And I remember when I was casting that kill, you know, it was like around 12%. I was like waiting for something new to happen. And then, you know, we were kind of like paused almost. And then it was like, oh my God, they're about to go kill it. Now that add-ons are gone, Method World First winners. Dude, I can't wait. Because like, there's so many tourists for the World First, which is fine. But they have such cooked opinions about the race. And say such like nonsense. Like, remember when people were talking about like random Worgen bullshit that was like, oh, they're getting an advantage from Worgen, and like nobody was even doing that. Like, who's the most iconic person in WoW? Like, you hear WoW, who is the first person that comes to mind? Sloot for me. Yeah, Sloot was like my idol, you know, growing up. Like Sloot and Tally. Hashtag on all fours. Yeah. I mean, it was like some of the best time playing WoW for me when I got to like raid with Sloot and raid in his guild and everything, you know? The skill gap between world first raiders and me is the same as between me and my mom. These guys are insane with or without add-ons. Yeah. I mean, and that's what you're going to see is like people are going to be like, oh my God, the world first raiders. Like, I mean, now we're having add-ons come back, honestly. But if you put all 3 world first guilds in with default UI, they would still do better than everybody else. They are just better, you know? It's good for the world first if Echo or Method wins. Can't have the same team win over and over. Yeah, but this next race I want Liquid to win. And I'll say the same thing the next race too. Yeah, I mean the bug fixes will come, Rex. I don't know if they're gonna like significantly buff Monk though, but the bug fixes will come. Yeah. Nah, it's always healthy if other people are winning the race and everything. It's nice if there's like extra drama. It'd be great if it was a full-fledged 3-horse race. Like Method's getting a little bit better every single time. So like I think with people are saying now is still going to do world first. I think as long as he keeps doing that, and a lot of the people that they picked up who are like ex-Echo Raiders, if that keeps happening, if those veterans stay, they'll eventually catch up. Yeah, like trying to win the world first. Yeah. Not with that start. But also, like, the Chinese guilds, I just don't think are as professional as the Western teams. Their, like, pull counts are, like, way higher. I feel like their consistency on, like, where they stand, how they move around is just not on the same level as the World First teams. Yeah. There is nothing to win. Yeah, they really, like, Blizzard really should fly out the team that wins World First and have like an in-person hall of fame for these teams that they take a picture in front of or something. Like, you don't even have to add a prize pool. Just add some prestige to it, you know? It's like going and visiting the White House if you win the Super Bowl or something like that. Just like some cool shit that like will make people's memories, right? Because how many, especially the Europeans, right? How many of these Echo or Method guys are going to actually visit Blizzard HQ? The officers, yeah, you know, they probably have some good relationships with like Blizzard and everything like that, but like the average grunt, you know, add their characters at the end of the raid as NPCs, yeah. Or you know, Alark, when they have the intro trailer for the raid, they show a lot of player characters and stuff like that. They should have the, you know, like Roger Brown on his hunter if like Echo wins or something like that, and like kind of feature key players in the next trailer for the next raid, you know. That'd be cool too. There's like simple things that they could do that don't have to be money related. You know, yeah, it still costs money flying a bunch of players across the planet to get them some apartments and food and everything like that, but like it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah. Oh, the world first team is the team you get as NPCs. That would be cool. That would be really cool, Valk. Yep. Yeah. You get a huge belt. That'd be sick. Because Destiny is like, what, 4 or 6 players or something like that? No. We're like brainstorming ideas they could do instead of funding the race. Because they're not going to fund the race. They're not going to fund the race, but they're not going to sabotage the race. So, you know, it's just kind of one of those like in-between moments, right? I think that they could do a lot with just like add prestige. Yeah. Yeah. They don't take over the world first like they are for the MDI. I actually think it'd be a bad idea if they took over the world first. Because Blizzard's prize pools for things like MDI are not high relative to other esports, you know? Like, you only make good money if you get like first place. Like money you could live off of, right? If you get first place. Second and third place is like okay, but probably not paying all your bills for the year. And then everything after that's like nothing, you know? But if Blizzard took it over, then they would be in charge of getting the sponsors for the events. And I remember when I worked at MDI, they were like really opposed to getting any sponsors. Like really, really opposed. So what really happens now is like the orgs find their own sponsors and they get to monetize it on their own, you know? And sometimes it's stuff like, you know, Method gets like G2A or whatever, but like when I was working with Liquid, we had the Honda morning show before, I don't know, somebody in some other Liquid team for some other video game. I think it was like Rocket League or something, like fucked up the Honda sponsorship for whatever reason. But like the orgs and the players would make more money having it not in Blizzard's control, is my point. That's my whole point. Because at least the last I heard, there's the sponsor money that comes in, and then there's also like how the streamers for each team will pool together all their earnings for that period. And that also helps a lot for like helping everybody make money. Like my kind of toxic thing is it is good doing the charity events and it's fun to do them, but I almost would like want all of the world first teams to just be like, hey, can you guys just fund the race? But that's just me. Yeah, last time I worked with Blizzard was before the Microsoft acquisition, but if that had changed their attitude with your theory, then you would think that they would add more sponsorships since then. And I haven't seen any. So I don't know. That I don't know. Yeah, it's strange because I remember when like Mountain Dew had World of Warcraft all over it. It doesn't even exist anymore. Doing great, Gemini. How about you? We're just kind of yapping. We're just kind of yapping before we head off for the night. All of a sudden, there'll be a new guild all of a sudden to get world first. It'd be so exciting, but would never happen. Yeah. Like these world first guys are just on a completely different level. They are on just a completely different level. Oof. I'm really excited about healing in the next expansion. I'm basically raid logging now on retail. I'm not really like streaming it or anything. I'm just hanging out with the boys. And I am so ready. Excuse me. I am so ready to stop healing in retail and just move on to the next expansion, man. Yep. It's a loser mindset right there. It's a realistic mindset. It's just like the world first teams are at that level for a reason, and they didn't just like pop up there overnight. As good as Instant Dollars and FSY are, they would have to jack up their hours a lot more, get used to those additional hours, get used to trying to work on making more strategies without looking at what the world first teams are doing or doing it at the exact same time, probably hiring more analysts and staff to be able to help them behind the scenes, spend a lot more time practicing, work on a lot more characters, because then you need to make sure you have the character variety so that they're all geared on a dime. It's not just about like skill and just plug people into the raid and just go. It's also like a lot of extra time commitment, which also filters out a lot of excellent players in the process. You know, if like Fat Shark Yes or Instant Dollars wanted to like go to world first hours, they would probably nuke a couple players off their roster, which are really valuable. Or if they asked players to bring in even more alts, they'd probably nuke a couple other players off their roster, which are extremely reliable. Like, yeah, if you just plug the players into the raid and everybody can go into the hyperbolic time chamber and prepare a strategy and then walk out and kind of go together, you might see something like that where, you know, some people are able to, from like FSY or ID, can like start catching up. But it's not just about the player skill. It's about the entire like infrastructure kind of thing, you know? We're gonna get some big changes, I think, for healers next week, Gemini. So I'll probably start working on some healer tier list type stuff after that. Yeah. Beta HPAL 10 yesterday, and honestly, outside of needing to relearn mana management, yeah, you actually have to think about that as a paladin. It's wild, right? And new binds, because everything shifted down without Crusader Strike. Yep. Didn't feel too bad. Yeah, I think Pally's fun to play. Its numbers could be higher, but I think Pally's fun to play. Yeah. I think Prez is very playable. It's still a lot of setup and a lot of work compared to other healers, but it's a lot less than it was in the War Within. So I think it's pretty fun. Oh, that's right. Yeah, well, I don't. I'll wait for some like big healer changes. And oh, also, Ravy, I sat down with Kig, who's a super high-end evoker god, and he gave me a good lowdown on Prez. So my editor's working on that video. I sat down with Vikman for like an hour. We talked about so many things. So that's gonna be 2 different videos, and he's a super high-end rested druid player, but you know he plays all kinds of different healers, so he's frequently in like the top 4, top 5 teams and stuff like that. So he's gonna be featured in a couple videos coming up. Yeah, I'm grabbing whoever I can grab for content. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Gemini. We got a lot to do. We got a lot to do and a lot to cover coming up soon. Yep. Nah, no Jack Ellie round 2. Did you see his Pictionary game? The talents? Right here. This gets a lot of imbalance with its talents, like Shadow Mend, even Divine Procession are like not very good talents. Oh, Ellesmere was playing like Pictionary with his girlfriend, and he got the word token, like a token of my appreciation, right? And then he made the Hobbit door from Lord of the Rings. And then he was trying to convince people that it would be like Tolkien, and then they would then have the word Tolkien in their mind, and then they would say token afterwards, which I get how he got there, you know, but like sometimes going forward and going backwards with a thought doesn't work, you know, doesn't work in the same direction. Yeah. It was a banger tweet that he had, and he was arguing with people. He's like, what do you mean you don't see it? I know, Dodge. He could have just made a WoW token. I know. That's what gets me. That's what gets me. That the WoW token was right there. I was laughing. And he was arguing with people in the comments about it, too. Oh, man. Oh, that was a good day. That was a good day. I'm trying to tweet less and just read more, and I think it's been going well. Yep. But back to what I was saying. Divine Procession is kind of what I would call an expensive talent because you give up a lot to go get it, and you don't really need extended duration of your atonements at all. Because, you know, Oracle gives you longer lasting ones. Your Twin Sight Penance Cleave also applies atonement. Your Void Shield prefers targets that don't have atonements. You already have atonement everywhere. You don't really need extra duration. Greater Smite is like decent. It was insane, and they've nerfed it a couple times. But 3 points to get here in the bottom row is very expensive. Shadow Fiend kind of sucks. Inescapable Torment kind of sucks. Death's Torment. Double tapping Shadow or Death is like meh. Expiation's like decent, but it's also super expensive to get there because you have to go through Shadow Fiend or Shadow Mend to go get there. Shadow Mend does proc, but it doesn't really do that much healing. Yeah. Plus, I could just take Inner Focus and I could get a better crit chance on my Flash Shield all the time, and Powered Shield, and Defensive Penance, and Powered Radiance. And those crits will then proc Divine Aegis. It's just like, there's a lot of talent imbalance, and this happens going into new expansions, of course. And they'll probably better balance it maybe before the expansion launch, but probably in like the 0.5 or 0.7 patches of Season 1. So it kind of limits your options early on, but I think the gameplay's fun. It's just how, I don't know. I feel like I'm used to it by now. Where I'm like, you know, and like, you know, halfway through Season 1 or, In Season 2, they'll fix up a bunch of this stuff. Your shield buffing talents are good. I mean, you want the mana regen out of Shield Discipline, especially because Void Shield gives you a bunch. And if your shields expire, there's a new talent called Unfolding Visions, where that power word shield will then just go to a new target, and then it'll get absorbed by the new target and give you your mana back. Wheel and Woe is just good, you know. It's also cheap because, you know, you wanted like Harsh Discipline anyway. Like maybe if they made other talent options better, these would be the weaker links that you would get rid of. Because like Eternal Barrier is sick. Divine Aegis is sick. Searing Light's really good. Blaze is really good. So like maybe these would be the areas you could kind of get out of if there were better options, but they don't really exist right now. But like flat shield value and duration is just really good. Just really, really good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Divine Possession even needs to exist anymore. Honestly. And it's also gated by Borrowed Time. So like, if you wanted to make the argument of, let me play Void Weaver, and then I'll actually care about Smite and extending, because then I want to be smiting more and not extending Atonement, or not applying Atonements. I want to just smite a lot, and I want the greater smite and everything like that. Well, then you're still having to go into Borrowed Time, which is a 2-pointer, instead of going into a 1-pointer out of Advantage, and you just go to the talents you want. So this gets very expensive. Because then you're giving up, I don't know, Shield Discipline, I don't know, maybe Occultist, which affects your dot damage, which your dots are real, you know. There's a lot of... There's kind of like a narrow path of good talents, and then it's like the Lion King. Like, everything past this point is like the Deadlands. Like, you don't want to go there. Which makes it easy as a guide writer, because I'm like, shit. These are the good talents, the rest are kind of ass. All right, here you go. What can you do? We'll see. Like I said, next week, I wouldn't be shocked if, like, we get a couple changes for talents for Disc, but definitely, like, across the board. A lot of healers been waiting for changes for a long time. Yep. But anyway, I'm gonna head off. I gotta record some stuff for videos, and I gotta work on the Wowhead guides for pre-patch. So probably, I don't know, maybe a short stream tomorrow, because I also just gotta get ahead on that kind of stuff. Lots of content to come, though, so keep an eye out on the YouTube, and be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We're almost at that 90,000 subs. We're getting closer and closer to getting that plaque. So hopefully this year we'll be getting it, all right? But have a great night. Thanks for all the love today, guys. And how about we host Aya and see what she's up to? Oh, make sure, let's tell Aya to not fall off a cliff again. I think she's playing hardcore. All right, bet. GG's. Have a good night, guys.